There, you might have had me on mute for a little while there. I've been playing with the different levels, and it was grayed out. So let's consider this the new start. Hey, and welcome to the stream, everybody. Getting my stuff together. As you can see, we're going to be looking at the AnkerMake M5. It's a clean machine with dual belts. You can see those grooves are opening up to show us. We've got a magnetic build plate. We have a fancy touch screen that moves with the Z-axis. And yeah, it's going to be good. Hi everyone, how you doing? And I was going to switch to my face. There I am. Oh, that's not quite how I want it set up. Let's adjust this scene. See, this is what's called, which scene is this? Space face. Let's move me. That Marlin logo. Move you. There you go. That's better there, right? And then my camera. Boop. Let's move that there. There we are. Hi. How are we all doing today? As you can see, we're in my living room area now. I moved my desk out here because I thought it would be more conducive to this stuff. But right now, I'm hearing all this, all these power tools outside. So I don't know. I might be better off back there in the old space. We'll make do. We'll make do. So as you can see, we have a lot going on. I've been playing with looking at the timers code. I've actually been peeking at Clipper a little bit. Shh, don't tell anyone. But yeah, I've been looking at the Clipper core, like the core of it, like how it's built and stuff, and it's very interesting. Actually, I could give you a little interesting contrast to how Marlin works and how Clipper works. Clipper actually does have some macro voodoo going on, and it relies on GCC for its build. And it has a make file, and it has sub-make files, mini-make files inside of its in some other places. And I'm not going to bring up the code or anything right now, but it's one of the interesting things about it is that it does like this macro that collects symbols and sticks them into a separate file, and then those become things that gets called as part of the main loop or as part of a couple of different things, and then just so the macro for things that'll get called during the main loop and things that'll get called during shutdown. And it's almost like it just goes into a loop, and it doesn't deal with any, it has a couple of timers, but most of it is run from just looking at the clock and doing things on a time basis. So it's kind of an interesting system compared to Marlin, which does use interrupts and actually relies on interrupts to determine when things happen. The things I could see being bad in the Clipper way is that if you had something that took too long and you had it called in this loop, then it could cause things to, happen at odd intervals that you don't expect, but it should always come pretty close to the interval or the time period when you want something to happen. Also, the good thing about Clipper is that it gets everything sort of pre-digested, so it's being handed, do these steps at this time, and that's pretty much, all it gets. And so it's very easy to see how a system like that could be, could have very good regular timing and not have a lot of overhead for other stuff. Whereas, in Marlin, we rely on the timers and the interrupts to have things happen at a specific time no matter what else is going on, and we set them up so it's like there's stuff in the main loop that goes to the planner, so you got this thing, planner, and planner stuff happens, and you can see there's all kinds of elements to the planner, but the main things that are always there are, init, get current block, calculate a trapezoid, do all the stuff that's related to trapezoids. Then the buffer steps, of course, we're calling that. So the planner is a buffer full of stuff that's pre-digested by Marlin's, userland loop. And then when those blocks get made, once there are blocks, the stepper stuff is queued to start up and start digesting those blocks and running those blocks. And so they happen in the background while other things are being prepared. And so the idea is that we're always like, we want to make sure that we get the next block, the next block or blocks set up by the time the block that's running is finished. And so it's a bit of a just-in-time kind of concept. And so, yeah, we have a stepper ISR and all this other stuff. So the kind of stuff I would like to get out of Klipper is more like its libs folder, its lib folder, which is like this whole area where it basically has the low-level code and the basics of how to talk to each MCU, each processor, and so, or microcontroller unit, I guess you could call it. So yeah, those are set up pretty nicely and neatly. Each folder has only a few things in it. It's pretty nifty, and but it's not exactly like the Marlin HAL. Our HAL, which you can see here, boop, HAL. Let me bring it up in my code editor. Let's see, so I should have had this up before while I was talking about it, but as you can see, the planner is all the stuff that's in the main, always in the planner shows up when I collapse all the blocks, so you can kind of see there's buffer line. You know, we want to buffer a line, and a line when it's buffered is basically a single segment. There are other things that will buffer, like a move, which is sort of somewhat different, and it'll create several little lines. And so that's kind of what this is about. And we have hints that we pass, and that's kind of a new thing. But yeah, in general, you know, if it's kinematic, then we have to, you know, do certain things kinematically, inverse kinematics and stuff to get the right positions. Things like that are happening here. If it's not, we just buffer the segment as it is. And you know, this is pretty optimal. You've seen the way Marlin is. It only compiles in the code that it's going to actually use. And so we've got things like direct stepping, which is sort of closer to what Klipper does, where it's getting the pre-calculated blocks already, and that's how that starts up. So yeah, sorry we got a 15-minute lag on the beginning where I wasn't, where I was just setting up and didn't have audio. I forgot to hit the mute button. I don't know why I didn't notice that. Because I'm a fool. I haven't done this enough. Anyway, we're here now. And we'll just chop off the beginning. No one will ever know. So, what else have we got? Let's see. Well, let's get back to this printer. So my first print, I'll give you a little peek at what that looked like, was this object, or I should say these two objects. This is one of them. And you know, very simple, very basic, should be easy for any printer to do, but yeah, the initial setup was fairly straightforward, so I was able to get onto this print pretty quickly, and yeah, as a first print, I'm very pleased with the overall results. We got a nice looking texture. There's a little bit of, maybe a little bit of under extrusion in the first layer there, I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But they sent over this black sample filament, and you can see the top layer looks very nice. You can see the infill through it. And it's super glued. And this is going to be a tensegrity structure when it's done. We'll have two of these, one on top of the other, and they'll be tensegridly tensified. I don't know what the word is, but they'll be nicely joined, and I'll be able to put stuff on it, and it'll be hanging in the air. It'll be great. So that's the basics of that print. And I sliced it with Prusa slicer. They provided a profile that I could download. And the speed, it said it was printing at 80% for 40 millimeters per second, which is not very fast. I did then I'd actually tried to do another set of these a couple times, which is why I have just one of these, but none of the triangle bits. And it failed because, yeah, it wouldn't stick. So, yeah, first print did well, but the other one didn't, and there's actually a reason for it. Part of it is you can see these corners are actually lifted up, and they're supposed to print that way, but as soon as you start printing these, they start lifting up the corners and pulling it off the bed. So what I'm going to do this time is use some adhesive, and we'll get a better result that way. So hopefully this microphone cable is long enough that I can get over there. Other things that are cool, it comes with a spare bed, which is very nice. This is an $800 printer, but you can probably find them on sale for $650-ish, I would guess, around now. Keep an eye out. If I find anything, I'll put a link in the description. But my main interest in this printer is to check out its claims of being 5 times faster than something. It says 5 times faster on the box. So what is it 5 times faster than? I don't know. Maybe 5 times faster than 40, so it can print at 200 millimeters per second or something. We'll see. We're going to find out. I'm going to find out the truth about this machine. What can it do? What is its limit? And we're going to take a quick peek at the interface, and I won't be using the app today, I don't think. I may be able to download it onto my iPad and use it that way. But I'm using my phone as my camera, so can't exactly put it on there and show it out at the same time. But maybe there's ways I can do that. So anyway, let's go over to the printer, and I'll set it up for the next print, and we'll see how it goes. And also, I maybe preview the. It does 49-point leveling, but it does it really slowly. It says it'll take 10 minutes, but I think it's about half that time. So switching over, cam zoom. All right. Yeah, we've got a long enough mic cable to do this. So let's adjust this a little bit, and we'll move it up just a tad. There we go, just so we can see the screen and the bed at the same time. And yes, you can see there's a pancake bot behind. I'm going to use that later. So yeah, it came close to finishing, but it started to pull off the bed. Looks like at this corner. So we're going to be using some of this to make it stick better. So let's go for it. And also we'll power it up. Here we go. Now, as you can see, it has a USB-C plug on the top here. And so I've used a USB-C to USB-A adapter and plugged another adapter for an SD card into that, and it works fine. So there you go. And here's our UI, and you can see right away, start, preheat, and control are the 3 main things you get on this screen. And we're going to go straight to start pretty soon. Actually, let's do this. Let's go and auto level. Start auto level. So the first thing it's going to do is heat up, and it's going to heat the bed to 60 degrees and the nozzle to 180. And you can see it's got a very nice interface, a nice UI. It shows like a picture of the printer with the nozzle in the middle and the temperature shown next to that, and the bed shown right next to that. It's very nice. And then an overall progress bar showing how far it's done as far as heating both of those elements on average. So it'll take longer to heat the bed. So let's let it get through that process. And I'm going to sort of move this slightly. It also does, let's see, oh boy, it's so magnetic. And it also does a little line at the back. There's no little alignment tabs on this, so when you put the bed down, you're going to get what you're going to get whatever alignment you've got. So I'm trying different tricks to get it aligned well. That should do. Whack. So there you go, and it puts a little line at the back as part of the initial cleanup, and it may be using that to clean it off for probing as well. But yeah, I feel like it's a good idea to reprobe with this a few times, because you are using a bed that's being moved and removed. It is 235 by 235, and then here's another caveat, which is it can go all the way up to this height, but because of these cables that stick out here in the top of the thing, like you're only going to get a limited amount of height before those start to get in the way of the height. So I feel like it would be better if they had been arranged like horizontally like this in some manner, so they're not sticking up like this, especially since you are running this here, filament comes in, there's a sensor in there, comes through, like that could be arrayed much more in a horizontal way. I don't know, should be, I think, arrayed more horizontally. Alright, so it's a little bit of a grindy process at first. It actually has independent z-axes, so it aligns the z-axis first, both ends of the z-axis, so that they're at a similar height, and now it's going to start the probing process. And it's very slow. You'll notice it's like, right now it's moving down, and you can barely see it. So that's partly why it takes a while. And it's still aligning Z for my Canadian friends. And there, now it's doing 49-point leveling, starting with the middle. And it's got a pretty nice little UI showing what it's doing. It doesn't show each point, like, as far as I can see on the screen. Yeah, it's just saying 3 out of 49. So, and it also claims it's going to take 7.5 minutes to finish this process of 49-point leveling, which is 7 points a minute, something like that. Fewer than 7 points a minute. So that means each of these rows that it's doing is going to take a minute. So let's see, it's down to 7. So presumably it'll be down to 6 by the time it reaches the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 5 seconds per point. So I have a feeling it's going to take half this much time. But we'll see. Yeah, it's about right. It's going to be about 6 minutes by the time it reaches the front. Sure enough. So yeah, it's very slow, and part of the reason for that is it's using the nozzle as a probe, and I assume it's using a strain gauge for the probe. So that explains that. All right, looking pretty good. So we'll let that finish over the next 5 minutes. And while it's going, we'll take a peek at some of the latest changes in the Marlin and things that are going on. Yes, I know, I've got a pancake bot. Can you believe it? I've been meaning to use it more, but you know, I don't want to put on all that weight. So there we are. Printer's going. Meanwhile, let me get my monitor headphones on so I can make sure that I can check the levels and stuff. I feel like the microphone is a little rumbly. Let's do this thing. Bluetooth headphones, please. There we go. All right. Do a quick monitoring of all this stuff. I'm going to keep this down to under 2 hours. So, well, maybe we'll let the print finish. So it'll be a little over 2 hours. This particular stream maybe as long as 3. I always find that I want to watch people's streams, but then like I see them online and they're like hours long, and I'm like, I'm not spending 4 hours watching your stream that you recorded. So I'm looking to keep mine pretty short. and maybe collect some highlights occasionally. Audio properties, please. Okay, let's check what this sounds like. Lapel mic is now at only 42% volume, surprisingly. And we'll try monitoring it. How's that? Oh, that's not bad. It says it's rumbly, but it looks like it's being filtered. Check 1, 2. Yeah, we'll go with full volume. Why not? All right. That's going to be distracting, so turn that off. There we go. Okay. How are we doing? Oh, we're almost done with leveling. One more point in our favor. Okie doke. We are done. All right, so now let's carry on and let's get that print going. So, done. Next, we have to tell it, we could tell it to extrude, we could do a Z offset if we want. It doesn't show this during printing, which is interesting. It doesn't give you the option of doing this, at least not with this app. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go with start, but the first thing I want to do is put I definitely want to bring the bed forward so I can, 10 millimeters please, so that I can put some adhesive on the bed and make sure this print is more successful than the last one. Alright, so the print in this case is going to cover a pretty good area of the bed. See how this stuff works. Oof, squeezy. Okay, we're working it out well. Okay, so, oof, I definitely put a little too much on, but hey, it can never hurt to have too much. Right? What's the worst that could happen? So, I'm definitely covering this area here. This is way more than I'm going to actually be printing on, but that's what happened. I put too much adhesive on. So there you go. So if you've ever used this particular brand, let me know what you think. I find it to be fine. Now we'll let it dry for a little while. It's all warm, so we'll just keep a quick peek on it here. I'll just look at it. You can tell it's definitely wet at this point. Yep, you can see that in the camera. It really makes it wet. Okay, now that we've done that, we can do something like we could auto home, although that's not one of the options, is it? Oh, here it is. It's right there. We can home Y, X, Y, or Z. Z, I assume when it homes it, it does it with before moving an axis, you need to perform a homing. So I noticed, yeah, so it's actually noticed that it's put the motors to, it might have put the Z to sleep, although the X and Y are not asleep, so. Okay, it's almost dry. It's just about there. I'm not going to actually touch the bed. Well, maybe I will over here. So yeah, you can definitely tell it's still tacky. Still tacky, very tacky material. If this doesn't help the print, well, we'll find out quickly enough. I do wish it had a very minor baby step while it was printing. That would be really useful. Now you can see the adhesive, you might be able to tell it's starting to turn white as it dries. So on a black bed it makes it much easier to kind of see. that you've got adhesive drying. So that's Lavernier bed weld, it's called. We'll see how it works out for us. This isn't a very tall print, so we can keep it at this level. Also, the other thing is that without the phone app, or without using the app to control it, there's no way to change the speed during a print, and you'll see that as we start. There's really no control during a print. I also haven't seen how to set up the camera yet. It actually has a little camera on the print head, or next to the, I should say, it's on the controller. You'll be able to see it right there. That little nubbin is a camera, and it can observe the print using the camera. I will need to set that up and use it. I'm assuming I have to use the app to do anything more advanced than just starting a print at this point, or doing, the basic setup stuff that we just did. Okay, I think it's pretty well ready to go. Let's hit start. USB is where I'm at. There's also you'll notice that it gives you a local, which is supposed to be, it says no files, which I'm assuming there's a built-in SD card that you can put stuff on that has a limited amount of space. I haven't, and I also assume that the way to get stuff on there is to use the app, because I haven't been able to do it without it. That looks like a button, but it's not. So I've got everything on the AnkerMake, and I made an IT sliced G code, and because I was on a Mac, it made an extra file, which they should hide, really. Anything with a dot on the front should be hidden in this listing. So that's one of the things I may endeavor to fix with this. We're going to also look at this as, we're going to look for it, the source code, the Marlin source code for this device, and we'll see what we get. So as you can see, it's saying, it's going to tell us now the amount of time that it's going to take, the speed that it's going to be running at, 0.8x. I don't know why it goes to 0.8x. And it tells us it's going to take 8281 millimeters. So 8 meters it says it's going to take. We'll see. And an hour and 52 minutes of printing time. And the bed is drying off pretty quickly as it heats up. Oh, also, I haven't started the print just yet, so let's do that. I also have the option to extrude more if I want, but let's go straight to printing. Also, while it's printing, you can hit that, which is a button, and I can change the bed temperature to 60, which is important because I really want this to be. Yes, I'm changing print parameters. I didn't want to print on a cold bed because that was when it failed. But I may have done the print on a cold bed in the first place. I'm not really sure. The one that was successful, I might have done on a cold bed. But it was the very first print, and so I assume the bed was about as clean as you can get when I did that. And I was also outside where it was very warm, over 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 38 Celsius, so, and somewhat humid. That might have had some effect on the print result when I was doing this, because yeah, I put it all together outside. Why not? It was a nice day. If you like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, it was a nice day. Okay, it's doing pretty well. Homing. It makes some grinding sounds when homing that are a little distressing, but yeah, and it's a little bit loud. And also the Z-axis does this weird twerking thing. So, but all I've got in there is G28 inside the starting G code, and then there's an M420 as well, just in case it needs that. And look, it knocked the original line that it drew, and then it drew a new line on the back of the bed. I assume it drew a line, I'm not sure. Alright, and there it goes, onward. Okay, it hasn't quite started to extrude yet. There we go, it's starting to extrude, so that's good enough. And it's doing a brim, so I told it to do an outline first. And there we go, very first line. And it seems a little on the high side to me, like it's not doing super squish here, which is probably good, why it's good to have the adhesive on there. So as we go, you'll be able to see, hopefully you'll be able to see the lines as they get drawn. We'll do a little close-up here. Not too bad. I think it has enough squish. And now it's doing the infill on this big triangle. So this is the critical layer. If this gets on there and stays stuck nicely, then we're all good. We'll be able to make our tensile plant stand, or tensegrity plant stand, or whatever you want to call it. I'm probably not going to put a plant on it. I'll put something on it though. I have some guitar strings I need to use for something, so why not make a plant stand out of them? Make it a little tense. Okay. So as you can see, the only options we have on the screen while it's running the print are change the heating parameters, do a pause, or do a stop. Stop kills the print. Pause will pause the print, but I don't see a lot of options when it's paused. And you'll notice there is no... Oh wait, there is a Z offset. That's pretty cool. Okay. So you can type a Z offset if you note it, and it goes plus minus. So that's excellent. I didn't realize I could hit that and it would do that. At this moment, I'm actually pretty pleased with the layer height we're getting. I don't know if you can see that, but we'll get a little closer up. You can see that first layer is looking pretty good. It's, there's no mess, and all the lines seem to be meeting at the edges and stuff. So I think we have a good first layer here. In general, my experience with putting this together was it was very easy. There's 4 screws on each of the towers that you have to put in. There's a couple wires you have to plug in. They're USB-C. There's a couple wires, which of course are the motor wires, that you have to plug in. Very easy. Then you've got a plastic cover you put on and cover everything. And then at that point, the only other thing left was to put the spool holder on. And the spool holder can be arranged in various ways. I went for the put it at the top option, but you have an option to put it at the bottom and have it stick out sideways. It's got 4 screws that are arranged in a square. So you have a lot of options for how you can put your spool holder, but it adheres to this structure around the towers. If you look inside of here, you can kind of see there's a screw in there. All the mechanics are somewhat visible through that little hole. But overall, it's super clean. It's got that nice, you can see it's got 2 belts driving the bed that are just driven by 1 motor. But that should keep it nice and nicely supported. Underneath, we can see it's running on, I want to say, it's running on wheels. Yeah, it's running on wheels in that groove there. So can't really see that too well, but it's a very solid, very nice machine. The one thing that's loud on it is the hot end fan. There's not really a loud electronics fan under there. I haven't opened it up to look at the board yet. This does run Marlin, so that's pretty cool. One of the weird things is it says pinting when it's printing, so I assume it's some beer is involved or something. I'm not sure. So we got to fix that, make it say printing instead of pinting. But I do like the I love the screen style. It's really kind of cool. Time remaining, it shows you rather than time elapsed, which is very nice. It would be kind of cool if it showed you both, because it's nice to know how long you've been waiting and how long it's been since it started, and you can kind of work backward. But yes, this is going to take 1 hour and 48 minutes, and it's pretty accurate as to its estimate. Of course, it's constantly revising the estimate, and it does a little analysis at the beginning of the print of the file, which I thought was interesting. My guess is it reads the end and tries to figure out like what the highest Z is or something, maybe. It might, I noticed when I tried to print some files that had just beep sounds in them that it wouldn't print them. It said, I don't like these files. So I assume it didn't find a G28 or any G1s in it, so it was like, nope, we're not printing this one. So maybe I can fix that by putting some G28s in them and a G1, and then print some beeps, make some beeps. So that would be a thing to test. I don't know what kind of beeps it can make. Maybe it can make all kinds of very interesting and sophisticated beeps. We don't know. It's about to reach the middle where it's printed us a feature. So we're going to get some shorter lines. But you can see this is at first layer speed. Some of the things that this makes me think about are, you know, better things to display on the screen. Like, wouldn't it be nice if it showed what the actual printing speed is? Like, if it's going at 40 millimeters per second right now, you know, on average, that would be a nice thing for it to show. If it's actually sped up and it's going to be running at like 80 millimeters per second or something, it'd be nice to have it show that. Little things can help, but yeah, very nice screen, very clean. There's no adjustment for the brightness or anything like that. There's also an option where you can turn the lights on, but again, it's not something you can access while it's running, unfortunately. So on the opposite tower, where it has this, this is all translucent here, and the M will light up, and it can show you a nice green light when it's running fine, and it'll tell you when it's not. But if I had the camera running, I would have been able to tell, maybe it would have been able to catch that it had come loose off the bed. Some other things about this, let's see, there is a stopper on this end under here. So this is as far as it can go, I guess. There's some kind of stopper back here. I'm not sure what this is for exactly. We can explore that later. That might be the, that's not exactly the end stop because it's on the camera, it's on the display end on the right side. But yeah, once it was unboxed and put together with those 8 screws and the cables put in, that was it. It was already set to 115 and ready to go. This was a donation from Joel Telling of the 3D Printing Nerd channel. I don't know if he ended up reviewing it, but he did do the AnkerMake M5 C, and he did that with Angus, I believe. And that's probably a more showy printer. This one is pretty basic. It's again 235 by 235, and I think it can probably reach a height of about 250 maybe before it starts to crush those tubes against the top. But yeah, I could see doing some things to rearrange the wires a little bit, maybe get that. But it is a direct drive, which is kind of nice. That's very refreshing. I assume that the filament runout is far from, well, it may not be direct drive on that, now that I look at it, but it must, I'm assuming it must be. It's got the pincer at the hot end for the filament, and that is probably just a filament sensor on the left. So, pretty neat, pretty neat. But I know you probably want to see the pancake bot instead. That's one of the things I hope to get into this next release is basic pancake bot support, which uses an old, the pancake bot uses a pinting. It's pinting. Has a big old dispenser on it that uses some air pressure. Its board is a Mega 2560 board, so, you know, of course, nothing too demanding in printing pancakes. So far so good. It's a little bit, again, that fan is the loudest part. And I guess there's a piece of tape over the AnkerMake logo that I could pull off. I haven't done that yet. Cleaned up the screen though. But yeah, pinting. So while that's doing its thing, let's do a quick check and see what it's got for firmware. AnkerMake M5 Firmware. Let's just see where we can get it. GitHub, AnkerMake Marlin. That looks like the one we want. So here it is. And it is version 2 bug fix adapted. So yeah, they used some intermediate version, which is fine. So that should make it easier for us to bring it over. It's always a bit tricky. This has only 10 commits on it, which is interesting. So, and we can also check and see what branches it has. It has one main branch. So there it is. Boom, that's our Marlin all right. And we can see what version it's based on, possibly by looking at the version file, if it's got it. If it's not in there, we can look in here. There it is. So this is a bug fix 2 from September 2021, so a little on the old side. I would say quite old, but you know, pick the one that works for you. That's the thing about Marlin is I feel like, you know, we don't have to get every machine into the mainline project. The purpose of Marlin is to provide a resource for guys like AnkerMake to get their machines supported, and they don't have to necessarily give back to the main project if they don't wanna. It's nice if they do, obviously, for various reasons. But here's the configuration, and we'll be able to see from that it should give us a version. So yeah, it's based on 291. So yeah, we're going back a little ways here, or I should say 2091. So 2.091, which was a fine and solid version of Marlin. But what it means is that their claims of speed are, you know, based on the fact that they've got a robust mechanical system, and not on the fact that they're running something like input shaping, because in that wasn't introduced until 2.21. So this is not going to have input shaping in this version, but that would be the aim, is to get them, I'd love to help them get upgraded to the latest version where they could use input shaping. But there have been some changes since then to the motion system that have been occasionally a little like, have made me go, do we want to do that, or want to be careful? But so far overall, we haven't had anything reported that turned out to be specifically due to those changes. People have had reports and they said, I upgraded and I got this happening, but a lot of times it was coincidence. Or just changes in the way that they were moving stuff and the speeds they were choosing and stuff. So yeah, finding the actual bugs is always a trick when it comes to motion. But I'll give you a quick peek today at the simulator, which is something that I'm going to be using more for trying to debug things, especially the motion stuff. The trouble with anything in a simulator is that, of course, the timing is not going to be anything near accurate as far as compared it to something that's running an interrupt, and that interrupt has overhead and all that kind of stuff. So let's take a quick peek and see what changes they made. With 10 commits, we can see initial commit AnkerMake Marlin 20X version. So then they changed the version number probably in that. Yeah, and there's change version number. So yeah, we could tweak some things. I may download this. Yeah, I think I may download this because they definitely made a lot of. This is like a lot of stuff here is changing. What are you doing? So let's go back to. Let's get a copy of this in my fork. I'll fork it. What the heck? AnkerMake Marlin. Make my own fork. Thinky Head AnkerMake Marlin is available. Copy the main branch. It's the only one I need, actually. So go ahead. No. And while we're waiting, consider our offers. CodeSpace. Hey, fun. Okay, so all looks good to me. So now I'll open that up in GitHub Desktop. Allow. And it's on my other screen right now. And I will say Maker Firmware AnkerMake Marlin clone. Yes, you can clone it right there. Right next to Marlin. So we'll bring that over. And it shouldn't take but a second. There we go. To contribute to the parent? Yes. Why not? All right. We haven't fetched it yet, so let's fetch it. And let's take, here's how we can compare this to 209. First thing I'll do is I'll go to my main Marlin. And I don't know what I was looking at that for. Oh, wrong Marlin. Hold on. Marlin. Thinky Head Marlin. There we go. Okay. Let's go to 209. And I've actually updated this a bit recently. I have an LTS 209, so I can actually just go straight to 209. And you can see it's at 209.7 at this point. And then what we'll do is we'll go and get that AnkerMake Marlin, which hopefully is let's go projects, please. Maker Firmware AnkerMake Marlin. There we go. Release main code and this. So if I copy this on top of my copy of Marlin, again right here, that'll show us everything that has been changed in their stuff compared to 209. So you can just copy everything here right into here, and we'll see what kind of a mess we get. Apply to all, replace. And then when we go back to GitHub Desktop, we see over 300 changes. Oh my God. But you'll notice a lot of it is stuff that was deleted, modified in ways that don't actually affect the content. So things like new lines and stuff like that. You'll notice that it is going back to old serial stuff. So that's one of the things we can see here. Yeah, it's using older serial echo stuff. So it must be, yeah, we'll get some sense of, by looking at this, like how old it really is. Like they say 209, but it may have just been leading up to 209. So anyway, all this stuff, dwin, blah, these things are actually not included with Marlin normally, I think. Oh, I see what's going on here. This is, yeah, this is actually so you can build your own dwin. So we did include that. That's nice of us. Okay. So anyway, let's clean that up. We'll just take out changes that we want to keep. So yeah, discard those changes. Oop. We can ignore those. Some other things we can ignore, like any variants that we want to, that don't pertain, we can discard. I'm not sure what kind of board it has, so we'll find that out. Find out more as we go. So things like build all examples. Looking at this, I just see that I probably have, yeah, it's going back to stuff that doesn't matter. mfutil, yeah, so basically, again, get attributes and a style RC and all that stuff. So anything in build root, I think we can pretty much. The one thing I would look at is like let's see, they've got these MKS Robin scripts, which I think we only have one of those now. I replaced them with with a different script. But yeah, those are probably not going to apply here. So let us continue. Platform IO, etc., etc., etc. Robin scripts, stuff removed, Rotary Ruby. Yeah, so whatever version this is, it's like definitely. Look at all those variants we have. My goodness. Okay, so let's discard those almost 400 changes. The stuff we really want to look at is things like this. Now that's clearly going backwards from whatever 209. So they're using 208 something actually, is what my guess, even though it says 209. So another thing we can do is create a new thing and then go, oh, do you want to do that? I guess I might as well. I'll just use this. Let's take a look at version again. Source Inc. version is another version that we keep around. And it says 2021-09-03. So that's really what I'd rather be comparing to. So let's do this. We'll discard all the changes. And I'll check out bug fix from that date. And it's been a while since I've done that, so let me look it up in my notes. How do you do that? How do you do that? Git checkout by date. There it is. Okay, and depending on how old it is, you have different methods to do that, but I will get out Marlin firmware here, bring over the old thing so you can see it, and we'll do, right now it's checked out 209, so I'm going to check out this way, bug fix 21x. Or was it 209? It is 20 something, wasn't it? And the date on there that we had was 2023-07-04. Well, that can't be right? Oh wait, I'm looking at something. I'm looking at my newer stuff. Hold on. Gotta look at the AnkerMake Marlin. New. Grab this. Boop. So the date we want to check out is 2021, so yeah, so a while ago, not 2023, but September 3rd of 2021, so let's do that, and we'll just check it out from noon. There we go, and it is 20x, okay, and we'll give a branch name to this. We'll call it compare AnkerMake M5 base. In fact, I'll just go BF2. AnkerMake M5 base for bug fix 2 is empty. What? I may have to try this. I have another method, which is to do git checkout using git rev list before, and then I pull from upstream. So let's see, what was that format again? Jan 17. So we'll say sep 3 2021. So hope that works. Okay, we did. And we'll make that branch name again. There we go. Let's see if that actually is what we want. So as we look at this, we can see the last thing was from August 13, 2021. and before that July. So yeah, we're talking about 2021. Now we copy over the stuff from AnkerMake, all this into our folder, and we'll see how that goes. And it has an EEPROM DAT, which is funny. I think I can probably remove that. Anyway, still has over 300 changes, so well, we know that some 280 of those were like things in the fonts and stuff, so just poking around, we'll take a look at the code and get a sense of how much changed. This is like, yeah, even stuff in here, like, look at that's all just white space changes, which I could, you know, this may all just be changes in permissions as well. Like if I go to this file, reveal in Finder, well, a better way would be copy file path. Let's pick a file, this file. Copy file path. And now I'll say ls al and get the details on this file. So it says here that it's 755 owned by, etc., etc. And so now if I undo its changes and do the same thing, it's 644. So what we want to do now is go and find all those files and change them to 644. Find in this folder name star.cpp, and then we want to say exec chmod 644 the thing, and then put a semicolon on the end, and we'll see if that does the trick. So yeah, now we still have 1,652 changed files. Now let's do the same with H's. Boy, okay, now we're down to 673 changed files. See, it worked. And then we could do the same thing with txt files, I suppose. And 668. And as you see, there actually there's a .h file that apparently is somewhat more drastically changed. And as I look at this, I see, like, it feels like they got a later actually do have a later version, a slightly later version of than the date that they had listed. Like if we can look for things like this and see when was that changed, and then we would know, oh, it has to be at least this date or later. So like here's an example. Like, is this going backward or forward? I feel like this is going backward because this makes more sense to have these if and def things here. On the other hand, because it's the board stuff, this is typically not something you would override from your config. You would just set this value instead, without the board in front of it, and then this would be the default. So it very well could be that that's what happened. So let's do this for a moment. Changes to compare. So I'm going to save all these changes in a single commit. And then I'm going to just quickly go back and do a look at bug fix 2.0. It's going way back here. Right, and then I'll pick one of those files that has, oh, there's a lot of stashed changes here. Apparently I was planning to compare some things with bug fix 2.0 last time I was working with it. I should discard them, or, well, they're stashed, we can ignore them. So one of the files that was altered in this M5 base was pickup pins file. I think that's a good place to look. We'll say EasyBoard Lite V2. I don't know when that was added exactly. But well, let's open this one. There we go. So now we have this file, and if we want, we can look at the history of this file within bug fix 2 and see what happened with it. So when we look at the file history, see many things have changed along the way. But if we're going back to late 2021, that's when this happened. So it's at least September 12th. And depending on what it looks like now, it could be as much as October. So let's just say September 12th and compare that. So we're back here again, and we'll take a quick look at that file again, if we can find it. Vake, September 12. Oh yeah, well, actually we can look at it. Pins Vake. .403D, right? And let's see, and as we look at this, it has the delay NS in it. So yeah, September 12th might be a better date to look at. So typically what we would do is I would say, okay, changes to compare, and I would undo the commit, which makes them loose and not committed yet. And then I can do a git reset to that date. So I can say, instead of git checkout, I would use a git reset. And we can always get back to where we were before, because commits are preserved. So here you can see it's the 3rd. Let's just go to September 12th. Git reset. Boom. Okay. Now if we look, still 668 changed files. But if we look for the pins in that Vake file, we'll see that it is not one of the ones now listed as being modified. Oh wait, we haven't looked all the way. Where is it? Where is pins Vake? Let's go. You're in STM32F4. Okay. Here we go. Yep, so it still has some changes. But September 12th should have been the day. Maybe it was later in the day. We'll try September 13. Ah, see, now it's matching up. So some of these look to be a little later. So one of the things we can do is just keep experimenting. We could say, well, what if it's September 20th? You know, a whole week later. 474 changed files. Okay, how about September 30th? Still 474. So you can kind of see, you know, as you go, like when was this added, you know, when did that happen? Why is that MD file got a different thing? Let's fix the MDs. Oh, 464. So that one, so this got a lot of Anker stuff in it, so that's obviously their own additions, so we're not going to trust that just yet. Here's one where it's got a short build version thrown in, so it looks like this might be their board in the SP32, maybe. I feel like this is a cleanup from at some point. And then you got this one. What happened to that? Let's grab its path. ls-al, that path. Okay, it's got 644, but if we undo, now it's got 755. So apparently it used to be 755. So some of these, like, you know, where there's no content changes, they just have permission changes, or maybe some spacing like that. But you can kind of pick through So was it September 20th? I don't know. You know, we're up to September 3rd on this one. That's what it says. But also 2091, so I don't know. I don't know if I trust that 2091. Because they did pick it from bug fix. At least that's what they claim. When was 2091 released? I don't remember. Let's go with October 7. I'm gonna do add a week here. Ooh, it's got a lot more changes. So, oops. October 1st, 462. October 3rd, 1032. So yeah, a lot of stuff happened between those dates. I feel like, you know, I really want this to be sorted out. It says pair. Like that stuff should be sorted out already. That's interesting. So maybe it was October 2nd that they picked it out. So this is as few changes as I can seem to get down to. Meanwhile, like all these TFT, PNGs, SVGs, obviously no content changes. When did enqueue and wait get changed to, you know, to that? So it has to be before that happened. So what date was that? We can go back to the other Marlin. We can look at this file, which was move axis screen, if I even still have it, which I think I do. And then we can look at the file history of this. Oh, wrong one. Move axis screen. Look at the file history of this. There we go. Apparently that happened on September 12, 2021. Or did it? Yeah, we went from that to that. Oh, I see. What's interesting. Actually went back and used to be F, but then I changed it back to P. Okay. I don't know exactly why. Maybe it was smaller code. I don't know. But in general, yeah, that's maybe not the best place to look. So yeah, that's just kind of the sleuthing to try and figure out what is the best source. So September 12, sometime after September 12, is when this happened. And so sometime before then, so I feel like I'm almost like, if I go back to September 12, you know, we're still looking at 656 changes versus, so yeah, it could be any time between the 12th and the 20th, I guess. We'll try the 16th. Let's split the difference. So yeah, you can see more things happening here. Oh, so annoying to have to try and track these down. Let's try changing the BMP permissions and see if that makes any difference. All right, 430. PNG. 414. JPG. And JPEG. 414. Okay, let's see what else. So much cleaning up. SVG. Okay, 409. Conditionals. When did these happen? Some of these are no doubt related to the AnkerMake. And then machine. That's funny. If machine. Yep, AnkerMake API. So yeah, this is the way it's supposed to go. You know, I like what they've done. They're doing it the right way. INF. Cool, we're getting it down to the nitty gritty here. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of stuff. Anchor levying. I can tell this isn't that English is not their main language, and therefore that has a lot to do with the language barrier is often one of the reasons that we have blockages in getting stuff merged to the main fork and getting collaboration. But I do like that they've used some custom G codes. That's smart. It's a good way to go. Let's see, use Z sensorless. They may have done that as well. One thing I will do is just clean up like any nasty, ugly spaces. And whoops, there's a lot of those. Oops, I forgot. You got to put the $sign on the end. 477 occurrences across 53 files. So yeah, they left a lot of trailing white space that could be eliminated. There. So that cleans that up a little bit. Then they've done some formatting things that I would fix up as I go. LF disabled belt printer. I don't know when that happened. When that occurred. Powerloss.cpp. Look at the file history on that. Belt printer came along, a long time ago. It's been a while. Probably around here. Line 389. Belt printer. Like one little change. When did it happen? It'll be easy to find, right? I can always track it down this way. When did this happen? September something? May 2021, so, oh wait. That's not even showing the right line. Kind of pick a range and hope that it's in there somewhere. Not seeing it. Sometime after 2021. Belt printer? Hard to say. Anyway, the main idea of this whole process is really just to track down the differences and see what did they customize. How's our print looking? So far, so good. I'm gonna have to make a couple of these stands with because I have an extra part. So let's see. Blue blocking move. Yeah, this feels like new stuff going on with the belt printer. Like obviously they don't care about belt printer stuff. This is an interesting one. Adapt detached nozzle. So this is like this is definitely a new thing. This is part of Anker. Yeah, this is all Anker stuff. Very good. All right. So another thing we can do is, are they using an FTDI screen? They might be actually. But I don't know. And queue and wait. Man, I really want to find out when that happened, you know. Let's take a quick look. Bioprinter. So yeah, this happened on September 12th. So I feel like September 13 is probably closer. And let's take a look. 406 changes. But yeah, you can see this is still maybe it was September 11 then. And if we go back, yeah, there we go. So still those 600 changed files now. So that's quite a big difference. It's almost like, I feel like it was in the middle of the day or something. So if I say September 11, 2021, or 12, and I say, I don't know, 1300, 600 changed files, 1800, 600 changed files, 2300 towards the end of the day. Oh. How about September 12 at 3 a.m. 600 changed files, 6 a.m., 600, 9 a.m. I know this is getting a little ridiculous. Noon, which is kind of what you would expect it to default to. 1800. Nope. I wonder if it's just failing in general. Because I think I said, what, the 13th before? Yeah, only 406 when you pick the 13th. So I don't know, it's pretty close to that date. Like that, you know. Of course, some of that different stuff could be because I threw away a bunch of things that were different when I first pulled this out. So one thing I could do is just go back and do this again. Copy. Replace. Boom. And then it'll still be, yeah, 2337 changed files. So yeah, that kind of gives us a different perspective. What about the 11th, man? 2340. So all I know, of course, we know about the chmods. .h, oop. And quickly we get down to 673 just by fixing the chmods. Inf MDs, TXTs. $658. So yeah, I kind of wanted to get back to the state where I had the right files, and that way I'd have a better representation of. So what do? We did PNGs, BMPs. Boop, back we go. How's that print going? Has it moved around yet? We did put glue on the bed, so my fingers are crossed it's going to work. Oops, JPEG, SVG. And back to the previous SVG. INF. And there, okay. So we're down to 600 changes. You can see certain things. AVR has that upload size. They did change to build source filter. That's interesting. Here and there, which indicates to me that they actually did their own fixes for the compatibility. Yeah, there's some compatibility improvements here. INI, what about INI? Yeah, clean up some of those INIs. And I can see some other things that were, there's all that Anker stuff, so we want to keep the Anker stuff for sure. So let's just grab that real quick. Anker add-ons, we'll say. And then some other things, Web UI, JS, HTML. CSS, all that kind of thing. We're down to 586 JS. Did I get all the JS's? EOT, TTF. End of time, WAF. Whatever that is. So yeah, min.js, we can discard that. YML. Make sure we get all those. 582, 581, okay. Then same with Python scripts. Although I'll probably have different permissions on my Python scripts. Extrascript.py, cute. So that's probably part of their add-ons, my guess. Just guessing here. But yeah, you can tell they definitely brought certain things up to date, and or like all these build source flags and stuff like that. Those are all needed for the latest platform I/O. So they've been doing recent builds, I assume. And then there's another add-on for AnkerMake. So they are using an STM32F4 board. And then that's not in there, but we'll say another Anker add-on. I haven't committed all the Anker add-ons yet. And then we've got things like BDF, which, interestingly, I feel like these were removed and then they brought them back, or we moved them or something. Let's do the BDFs next. Instead of Python files, because some of those I know have got execute permission on them. Then this patch file, patch 575, PSD, yeah, things like that. INO, JSON. LD. Right. So you can kind of see actually PYs, PY, discard, discard, discard. .s files are generally kept now because they're useful. There we go, some other things. So this clearly, I pulled a semicolon off there, and doop 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 doop. Offset and rename got tweaked. Add post-action encrypt if it has not a blank build encrypt. Interesting. Pre-flight checks, random bin, Robin. And then all these are going to tend to be the similar. Oh, that's interesting. STM serial buffer is made larger there. So yeah, there's all kinds of very interesting little variants that people will do as they make their machine variants. And yeah, I know I'm not going to really be doing this for 480 files or whatever. Hopefully we'll find shortcuts for some of these things. .gdb, huh? .mac, I don't even know what that is. Macro, I guess. .a files. .icf files. All sorts of interesting files here. And then these apparently are all these little C files, except for that one. Right, LD. Some of these apparently have different permissions on them. Yeah, I wish the permissions could be something you could ignore here. That would be nice. Put back the S file. Like, some of these don't hurt to have around. Like, I don't know if this is the longer has nothing to do with this machine, so I feel like a lot of these can be just, ignored, as it were. But yeah, the idea is to eventually find something I can reset to that is like the definite basis for this, and then I can see the changes more clearly delineated. Easy board light obviously was added at some point. When was it added? Let's find out. Easy board, please. Easy board. Am I looking at the right one? I gotta go back to my regular Marlin here. Hold on. Oh, I am looking at my Marlin. Oh. Okay. So hold on while I do this bit. Anchor evaluation. Boop. All right. Then we'll go back to bug fix 2. And we'll find out when the easy board was added. Easy board. Hello? Oh, am I looking at Clipper? Let's put these away. Where's the right one? There we go. Easy board. So let's take a look. I guess it's the version 2, I think. That's what we want. And file history. And that's going to tell us it was September 12th. So yeah, we keep coming up against September 12th. So like, right now it's 457. Let's go. Boom. Still 457. Interesting. $251. Oh, now we're getting down to a smaller number. That's a much smaller number. That's good. That gets us a lot closer. Very good. So again, we're getting closer to, like, you know, what if we say September 14? 251. September 15. Still 251. I think we ended up going all the way to like September 30th before. And we're still at 251. That's interesting. And that version number again on that. How's that print looking? Still going. Things aren't flying all over the bed. That's good. So it's interesting that we get certain dates. I feel like we almost abandoned the 2.0 branch at a certain point and moved on to the 2.1 branch. But yeah, there's a lot of Anker stuff you can see, add-ons. Lurge, when was that? Added. So if we go October 1st, 251. Let's go up to the 10th, 826, okay. October 5th, 825. October 2nd. Okay. October 3rd. Okay. So October 2nd is about the closest we can get before it starts to really blow up. So let's get Anker add-ons committed first. Anker add-ons. So with 251 files, it shouldn't take too long to find those changes. It looks like they really may have used a release version because their README is very much a release version, so I don't know. You can kind of see they definitely brought certain things up to date. Not detect state. Maybe their detect state was backwards. Do you ever think of that, guys? Or maybe that was me. I don't know. All right. Robin Nano. Can't imagine that has anything to do with anything. Lurge Octopus. So there's an Anker thing. Okay. There's your board. It's called Anker V8111 0.4. Then they put this on it. Maybe. Oh, look at this. 5X. That's definitely an Anker add-on. They definitely modified their thermistor stuff. So we'll look at that. Then they also have this stuff. This is definitely all Anker stuff. Yeah, I feel like most of this is Anker stuff. There's a new thing, TR pre-stable. Interesting. So yeah, that's definitely Anker stuff. I'm assuming almost all of these changes at this point will be Anker related, which means I have to clean them all up. There's definitely Anker stuff right there. You can see how Ankerish it is. Stepper.h, disable multi-stepping. Interesting. So they went for disabling multi-stepping, which is kind of intense. So yeah, these are Anker pause funk. Yep, a lot of this is definitely, well, you can really see they went for it in stepper, which is maybe related to how they got faster speed. That's going to be the interesting part, because like, how did they get this 5x speed? Supposedly, huh? So yeah, Harley. I've seen Harley's name elsewhere before, but not in relation to Anker. So Harley apparently has moved from one company to another. Or maybe as a subcontractor who gets hired by different Chinese companies. anchor levying. He does similar misspellings in each of his things. I want to meet this Harley. I want to know what Harley's up to. So yeah, this all looks very new to me. Anchor smooth. Interesting. It's almost like they've done their own version of some kind of smoothing stuff to get that faster speed. Which, again, we're not pushing it at this moment to those faster speeds. That would be the next thing to do, is to try some things where really like see about this 5x speed and what that's all about. Yeah, see, they keep saying 5x inside of things. Event homing 5x? 5x what? Motion, so this all is very much Anker, TMC, enables stall guard. So they're using their own 22209 class, apparently. And then they're using their own threshold and stuff. So they're building on what we have in ways that are interesting and might be useful for future stuff if we want to build on that similarly. So yeah, I'm feeling Anker all over this code here. Anker, Anker, Anker. So let's keep going. License, nothing changed. TFTIO, I can't imagine that this was necessary. Equals lurge ST7796, unless this is like the same or something as something they added. Yeah, it doesn't even exist in this particular version of the code that they have here. There it is, yeah. So apparently this was added later, and we're looking at a reversion. So again, it's like, it's hard to tell exactly what this is based on. But anyway, we've got, if axis homing submenu, then do this, otherwise do something else. They don't use this kind of menu at all, so none of this should pertain to their stuff, unless they did it for a different printer and then included it here, which I don't think they did. And then here we have the media type stuff. I don't know when this was added, but you can take a quick peek at that and see. When was this added? Line history. This would have been October 9th, 2019, though. So, yeah. Or was it? Line history, please. Give me a bigger line history. Let's see. I don't see it yet. Ah. It wasn't added in bug fix 2.0 per se. At least I'm not seeing it there. Interesting. So they may have actually picked up something a little later than 2.0x, which is interesting. Okay, well, whatever. Either way, we want to sort of track what they have, so I'm not throwing away anything that except unless it's like a non, you know, effective change. Like I could probably throw that away, and that'd be fine. That one, the PY, you know, some permissions changed, and that's it. Get attributes again, discard. This is 1 through 9 or 1 through 9 plus 0 through 9. I don't know why this has changed for MF test. We don't even use A style. CMake lists, like this kind of stuff, it's like almost doesn't matter. CFG, PY, .c, an MD file, all these LDs, PY, and then a lot of these things, which kind of just stuff got moved a little bit. So again, that's a reversion from, this is a later change. I have to keep reminding myself, these are all, for the most part, reversions. Right, .c files, you know. $220. Right, this is Anker stuff I was going to keep. So I can't imagine they changed everything all over the place, but you never know, you know. M106 they did. They had a little M add-on thing. Yep, look at all this Anker stuff. Boy, okay. Anker add-ons, Anker add-ons. That's an Anker add-on. M82, M83. Nothing there. And stop interrupts. They did their own stuff for that. Anker fix and stop. So who knows what that's about. So we're gonna, you know, eventually I'll study this and we'll see why they did what they did. Read out. That looks like an Anker change. Again, more Anker changes here. I'm certain of it. RX complete IRQ. Yeah, so some interesting changes going on because they're using their own serial stuff, or they have their own serial ideas. Was this changed by me later to 2, or was this changed by them from 2 to 1? So that's the thing, we don't really know. AnkerConfig.h, so we'll keep that, obviously. M35 is a new code. Yeah, a multi-volume code for choosing SD or U disks. So that's interesting, they added that because we also use M35. So they're kind of picking up on our vibe, which is good. Anker stuff, there's more Anker stuff called multi-order pack. Ooh, interesting. Which may have something to do again with its speed. So I really feel like they're, if, you know, claim or no claim, they're definitely doing certain things that are, and this is interesting, they're doing stuff in the queue. Multi-pack, that's interesting. Multi-packet reception. Style, $ G-code, comma, G-code, comma, G-code with a CRC at the end. That's interesting. So they actually have some method to get G-code that's been pre-processed. Then they've got photo Z layer, which makes sense. Then they've got more photo Z layer stuff, so that's going to be interesting. This is all how they interface with their screen and their camera and stuff like that. M290 got tweaked because they have their own baby stepping handler. So again, this is the reason a lot of stuff can't get backported to Marlin, is because like I couldn't just make a config and say, okay, build this with the latest Marlin and now you have Anker. Like this stuff has to get backported into the main Marlin fork in such a way that we can actually modify it. No check Z homing, so that seems new to me. That I guess is just a space, we can get rid of that. I may do that just generally again. We'll do that search and replace for all that stuff. $53 files worth of fix-ups. Oh, not much. Checking out the AnkerMake M5. That's true. Probably, yeah. It's like, sure. That's right. How are things in Quebec? Oh, right on. This AnkerMake M5 retails for around $800, so probably the bamboo is a better deal. It has a camera, but it's not fastened to the print head. it's off to the side, and I'm not sure what it does exactly. So we're gonna have to do some testing with it once I get the app. I haven't. I like David Crocker. He's good. He's a good guy. Great. I'll check it out later. Right now I'm just going through the AnkerMake code to see what kind of fanciness they did, that Harley did here, to the code to make it adapt to this machine. And there's quite a lot of changes they made, but it's all wrapped in stuff, so that's kind of friendly of them. But apparently from October 19th is the dates he was making changes. Of 2021 though, we're going back a ways. So this is all based on Marlin 209.1 maybe. And this is the AnkerMake M5. That's right. It's in the I'm playing with the M5 and getting used to its quirks. And I'm going to see if it can go as they claim they can run 5 times faster than something. So I want to see what the speeds it can do. K1 doesn't run Marlin. No, it comes with some forked version of Clipper on it. So Sonic Pad runs Clipper. Yep. Yep, they got the pad, and that's become a thing that others have done as well. So let's see, then they've got this one. Yeah, there's quite a lot of add-ons. Oh, well, this whole interactive folder is all new. I like it a lot. It's pretty cool, but you know, my focus has to be on this single board firmware rather than theirs. I'm looking at their ideas, and I like some of their ideas. Always upgrading. But yeah, the next release should be out pretty soon. Hold on a second, I'm going to figure out what's up with this one. Oh, did they delete this file or what? Looks like it's just removed, but maybe it's not. Yeah, it's totally removed. Well, we can't have them just removing it. Let's see. We'll keep that. And so then they added this. They added a new board called the Anker V8111 V04. That's pretty cool. We'll throw that away. They got a make file. But yeah, I was looking at the Clipper source, and part of it I liked, what was interesting, was the way they support multiple platforms is kind of neat. They don't say what they run. There's some custom firmware that they may have written. To a certain extent, yeah. I could definitely, I mean, but I don't have their source code or anything, so that makes it a little trickier to figure out what's going on. I can't exactly decompile it. That would be possible to intercept their data stream, but it's probably encrypted. So, you know, you have to catch it before it gets encrypted. uh, and stuff. So yeah, that's the real tricky part there. Ink files. I think I can do that with ink files. It would be nice. Yeah. That's cool. So it does look like they started from 2091 with this. It's kind of what it looks like. Oh, what kind? I haven't thought about it. But interesting. And then they removed that entirely, and then I feel like that's not an important change. Okay, we'll go with this for Anker add-ons. That's all these bits. Boop. Leaving 83 unrelated changes, like, oh wait, they did that, so I can mark that. They did this extra script. They did. They brought it up to date with the latest platform I/O. What else did they do? They tweaked the build version. Oh wait, no, I did that, I think. Let me see. No, that's from theirs, actually. So, I don't know. I'll have to look at that. They did some version after 2091, though, I'm pretty sure. But they mixed and matched. But yeah, the AnkerMake claims to be fast, but they have done some things to the motion system. So I'm curious to see what kind of stuff they tweaked and why. Since, you know, as far as I know, we got a pretty good speed. You know, we can do that. At this point, we followed our own lights on that, though. And then that's changed. And that is just spacing, and then apparently I added another board. That one got added. So this is like, or maybe removed. I feel like that one got removed. And that's just spacing. And I don't know what this is for. They don't use this board. And that doesn't seem to matter. Or that. Or any of this. So what's this one? ST7796S inverted. I wonder if this is something they care about. They are using a touch screen. It's kind of a TFT-ish screen. So they may have actually made this change. I don't know. Let's see. Then that doesn't pertain to them because they're not using that type of screen. Or this. And they might have done this. No, that's me. Oh yeah, check it out. No, I've never used that type of stuff. Gilding wax, you say? Oh yeah. Very nice. So this is done with paint and then gilding wax. Yeah. Yeah. Crevices. Yeah, cool. That's cool stuff. Yeah, I've seen a lot of. It's a good way to give it that aged look. Yep, I've been looking at them. Very nice. Oh, okay. Nice. I feel like this is newer stuff. Let me see. Can't tell. Let's see. That could be MKSUI. I'm pretty sure they're not using MKSUI. But whatever. We'll put all the rest in here as being like other things. So yeah, if I go and I say at this time I have 16 different printers. Maybe 17 if you count the resin printer. I forgot to count that one yesterday. And maybe an 18. Yeah, well, I get a lot of donations, and I haven't had a chance to really dig into all of them yet, so I've sort of like, I keep them around just in case, you know. Yo, 3DHP, thanks for visiting. Yeah, I get some sponsorships from Prusa helps out, and Creality helps out, and Big Tree Tech is helping out. I get, let's see, who else? Lulzbot. Oh yeah, that'd be good. I have I have the yeah. Well, I've got the 4-tool head E3D tool changer. So I could probably, of course, that runs RepRap firmware and on Duet. And I've been meaning to make a version of Marlin that would run on that machine, but I just haven't gotten around to supporting Duet yet. So that's going to be a fun. Well, I'd like to get, basically a Marlin running on the Duet, but the thing is, like, it's got so many things that are tailored, like, for their machines, and it's like it really works best with RepRap firmware because it's sort of built around it, But it would definitely mean adding support for more things that we don't currently support, which would be kind of cool. Let's see, what else? Did I get them all? Did I get them all? Source feature power loss. I don't see why you need to have that. Let's see. As long as it gets it, we're good. Also, do they use FTDI? I don't think they do. This all feels like later changes that were intentionally made. I don't think they're using TouchUI, FTDI, Eve, so we'll skip those. They're definitely using some kind of serial type controller though. And then Creality DWin, they're not using a Creality DWin. So I think I can dump that change. And as far as their changes, they might be using September 3rd, I don't know. Skip that. They definitely, oh, there's some sanity check stuff they definitely changed. Not for belt printer. They did this homing 5X stuff. They commented that out, I'm sure. They commented out some things, because we wouldn't do that. They commented out these things. End stop noise, interesting. I feel like these are all Anker add-ons. Anker, boom, and then other things. And I know they didn't do teensy build. I'm sure. They're using an STM32F4. And is that Lurge? I don't think they're using a Lurge board. So yeah, very interesting. I don't know, I feel like I should keep some of these around just because, but I don't think that matters. Let's see. And I have a 209 something I can rebase this on anyway if I need to. Do. They don't use do. And they do have this extra script. I know that's part of their pile. Anchor. Let's see. I don't care about their README. These are all test stuff for the Nano 35. I don't think they needed that. And boards, let's see, I don't think any of that pertains. Variants, Marlin, Lurge, TH3D, those can go away. Did they use FISETC? I don't think so. Could they have done that? Maybe. I feel like these might be their changes. We'll just put that into the Anker pile. Again, that doesn't matter. Or that. Or that. And these all feel like unimportant changes. EXTI module enabled, removed. I don't know, they might have done something there. No, it's F103. They're using an F4. Yeah, and that's longer. That can't be theirs. Let's see. And all this big tree text stuff doesn't matter to them. STM32 serial buffer, maybe they did that. And offset and rename. I feel like these things are all pretty well settled. MF test, they don't need that. Maybe they did this. Maybe they didn't. Robin, longer, Tronxy. Yeah, I don't feel like this is anything they had a need to change. So the idea is to grab all their changes that are like within the code and then try and rebase. That's always a little bit of a mess, but we'll see how that works. Then they did this. I feel like that was theirs. So that's more Anker stuff. Meanwhile, languages. 2, 3, 5, 4, 5, 3, what? I'm sure that's all sorted. They have it on GitHub, as they should. They've, yeah. Yeah, they're cool. Let me share my screen here. Yeah, you have to go to YouTube to see everything. That's because I'm running, you know, OBS. I'm running a stream right now on YouTube. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a stream for my YouTube people. Don't need that. Everything's going out on YouTube. I can even change views and stuff on YouTube, like show the close-up of the printer, show a close-up of myself, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's right above in the chat. That's right. It's right above your post. It's the last thing I posted. Yeah, that's where I'm broadcasting right now. Using good old OBS. There it is. And it's not coming off the bed. That's good. That's always a nice thing. But it doesn't look great. The first one came out so clean, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure. Well, there's a little bit of a delay with YouTube. But as we watch this, let's see. I don't remember. I kind of use their, I kind of use their profile. I just said, well, let's just go with their profile and we'll trust it and see how it goes. I haven't opened it up yet, but from what I gather, it's, you know, pretty sure. It has a clip that grabs the filament at that end, so you couldn't really do that if it wasn't direct drive. But also it claims to be, you know, more of a high, it's meant to be high speed, so it's, you know, direct drive is the way to go for anything that claims to be high speed. So it's going. So this was donated to us by Joel Telling of 3D Printing Nerd, and I guess he ended up reviewing the M5C. I don't think he reviewed this one, but he might have. It came very well packed. So again, thank you, Joel, for sending it over. It would be weird to join the stream on the Discord. Yeah, it kind of is, because you can't quite see what's going on. So, so yeah, thanks for joining on YouTube, Scott. Mikutski. Mikutski, it's good to have you. At the moment, let's see. So the print is going pretty well, I gotta say. It's gotten past the trickier layers, and it is still holding to the bed thanks to that adhesive I put down. I had a couple failed prints last night, just because the bed wasn't holding onto my very poorly designed piece. I should have put a bigger brim on it, but no brim. Yep. Sometimes you do. Yeah, I've tried. Originally, my first prints I did, I think, the bed at 50, and they came out okay. But then I had these 2 failed prints at 60. So oh yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this is the stuff I used. The particular brand I used actually is called Lavernier bed weld, and it has a sponge like end and stuff. Yeah, it's a really good one. I've used it a couple times and I've never had any problems, and it's great in a pinch. Yep. Yeah, it's really classy. I'm sure this will last me like a year or two, the way I do printing. It's like it's a big old bottle, but it's oh yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, it's yeah, this stuff is great. I've been having a good time with it. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the stuff I tried using ABS slurry when I was printing more ABS, and yeah, it was definitely a mess. And keeping all that, you know, all that acetone around is always a bit much. Let's see, lapel. What are you doing? Audio input capture. You're supposed to be deleted. Let's remove that. There we go. Yeah, it'd be cool to be able to capture the output of the audio from Discord and have it go into the stream. Unfortunately, no one can hear you, so it sounds like I'm talking to myself. Oh, I'd be surprised. But if we could always do that somehow. But you're into my headphones anyway. But it's a quiet stream today. I don't expect a lot of folks to show up in the middle of the day on a Monday. There's too much work going on, too much stuff to do. But let's see what we can see for the last little bit of review here. It looks like they might have done this for card reader, but I doubt it. I feel like that's my stuff. They're definitely set their default environment to AnkerMake M4, but I don't need to do that. They did bring over their own configs, which I guess I can grab those too, and try them out and do it. See, I'll try doing a build actually. That'll be the next trick. Let's see. So let me put this stuff away. Other things, and then I'll grab all those and squish them together. Anker. Add-ons. Squash. Oh, I'm sure. I know, it always is. It's the thing. That's why we like our speakerphones. It's better for people around us at the cafe to hear both sides of the conversation. So I think that's mostly it. So now let's move on to building time. Let's try and build this thing. That's right. I can't. There's no Discord does not provide a virtual output of any kind for us, unfortunately. I know it'd be cool because I'd love to add it into the stream and stuff, but no. Yeah, let's see. Right now the output is going straight to my headphones from Discord. I could put it in my studio speakers, and see now you can be heard, but it sounds but these are terrible speakers, so it's like the speakers on my Mac Studio. It's like not the best speakers.
Yeah, let's see. Right now, the output is going straight to my headphones.
And then my output is also there, so that's fun. Yeah, that doesn't sound so great. Back to my headphones. That's better. Back to the old headphones. Yeah, someday they might make it into a thing with a virtual. That would be cool. Let's see. It sounds like crap. Input, USB audio device, cadmium. I actually have, definitely. This works though. Let's see. The next thing I was going to do was I was going to grab and build. So let's just go straight to VS Code. Boop. Here we are. We'll go to Marlin Firmware, Marlin Auto Build. Open a build folder. We'll go to AnkerMake Marlin, release main code. Open that. It doesn't recognize it because I don't have the configs there. Hold on, let me grab some the configs from their release. Anchor DVT. So we'll take those two and we'll drop them in here. Let's see what we get. See if it likes them or not. Doesn't really like them. Let's see. Oh, I know what I have to do. Hold on. Let's go to that one. Close all the things. All right. So now I should be able to do that. There we go. AnkerMake M4. Let's build it. Yep, it's definitely needs some updates for source filter. Need to do that. Change that to build source filter. But I should probably grab and compare to 2091. Let's do that as well. Configs. Latest version of OBS has application audio capture. Yeah, my guess is you probably have to install a plugin, a system-wide plugin for OBS to be able to do that. I can also use something like, what's it called? Audio something. Applications audio hijack. So audio hijack on the Mac can do stuff like, get the audio output of an app, but I'd probably have to quit it and then restart it. And then I could do some more routing. So I may do that soon. And that way I'll have another I'll be able to route everything into a virtual output and then back through into OBS. Let's get another close-up on the desk here. Let's see how our print is looking. Oh yeah, it looks like it's getting those last few layers are going to do fine. That's good. Yeah, I really wanted this not to fail. But overall, the estimate was pretty spot on. It took about over 2 hours for the print. Now, this is the kind of print where you probably could run it in like half an hour or less on your Bamboo printer. And that's really the challenge, is I want to see if we can push this thing to go faster, but I do need to get an app. So let me go and see what the App Store has for AnkerMake. And I'll get the phone app and run it on my tablet so I can keep using my phone as a camera. AnkerMake. Alright. Magiscan? No. I think it's just the AnkerMake app. Looks like it. Yeah. 3D modeling, blah, blah, blah. Thangs. Okay, let's just grab AnkerMake. And what is my password? Use my Touch ID, please. Yeah, it looks about right. Alright, so it's a free app, of course. AnkerMake, yes, Touch ID to install. Boop. Here we go. So we'll get a look at this on the phone and see how it looks. Being on the tablet, I'll be able to zoom up on it, which was nice. We'll be able to get a better view of it and put it on the camera. Sure, go ahead, send me notifications, Anchor. Annoy me all day. Okay, here's the license agreement, terms of service, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to assume that they're legal. And now I have to create a new account. Sign up. Okay, let's sign up here. So first thing is let's make this a screen-sized app here. Okay, so first thing is United States. United States, double check that you have selected the correct region. Yep, I have. All right, sign up. So let's go with AnkerMake at thinkyhead.com. Don't spam my account, guys. Okay, signing up, and then I have to give it a new password. I would generally come up with a random one. So there we go, fairly random, and I guess you're supposed to put a symbol in it. No, I don't want news and product updates. I do agree to the terms of service and privacy policy. Sign up. Check your email for an activation. Okay. Gotta go to mail. And has it come in yet? No. I love it when people email me for support. It's not something I usually entertain. Still hasn't arrived. Come on, email. There it is. Verify account with this link. Okay. Activate verification code. Where is it? I need to go back to my mail. It is this number. They give you a 6-digit number. Paste. Activated. Yay. You can't use my number, but I can. Haha. Okay, right. So now I have an activated account. You can close that, and the browser, and the mail, and I'll keep YouTube open, and the App Store. All right, we now have our AnkerMake app. Now I must enter my pass. With symbols and all. Done. Signed in. Okay, add a printer. Oh, the print seems to be done. Okay, we got through an entire print, and it took 152.57. You get the option to print again. It is cooling stuff down, it looks like. That's one thing, it doesn't show you the, okay, so either it's an M5 or an M5C. Those are the two they show you. Okay, use Bluetooth. Yes, you can use Bluetooth. Allow new connections. I need more coffee for this one. Okay, so we're going through the process of setting up Bluetooth. As you can see, I have headphones and a pencil. And other devices, it does not show up as a device just yet. Wait, iPhone. Okay, I know I have that. How close do I have to be? Let's find out. Is that it? Let's see if it needs to Searching for printer. Okay, there it is. It does show it. So now I can touch it. Enter my PIN. The PIN will appear on the printer touch screen. So on my it gave me 8516. You might get a different number. Most certainly. Next. Alright, so entering the PIN. And now we get a little wait dialog while we wait for it to pair. It is right over there, so it shouldn't have any trouble pairing. Look, AI art. Please input the correct PIN. Hey! I did. You lied to me. Let's try again. It says the PIN will appear. Let's try going back and trying again. Okay, 7126. It's different every time. Okay, that's the number you showed me. Input the number displayed. I press OK. It keeps saying input the correct PIN. It may be that I need to give it permission in Bluetooth. Hold on. Broadcom Bluetooth device. I assume that's it. Other devices. So it's very generic. It doesn't have a... they haven't set up a special name with it. I don't know if you can do that. Depends on how much you spend, I guess. Alright. Let's try again. I'll put it on finish job, just so it's on the front screen. And we'll try again. AnkerMake, come on. Pick the printer, there it is. And 0282, 0282, you're not giving me any other number. That's the right number, come on. You can see it, notice that I typed it in because it instantly changes the screen and puts it away. Here we are, waiting again. And it better say I put in the right number. This is getting a little annoying. Come on now. Please input the correct PIN. You jerk. I can't get in there, damn it. Maybe I have to quit the app and start over. I can try it again. But yeah, it's being jerky. I got the right PIN, but it keeps saying I don't. Anker, this is a bad sign. Come on. Let's try again. It might be generating a new PIN before it has a chance to verify it, which would be weird. 1533. Come on. What's going on, Anker? Language, network, firmware, custom, about, restore. Notification, temperature. It keeps saying input the correct PIN when I have already. It's being very bad. Let's disconnect. Exit. Add printer. AnkerMake M5. Printer found. Put in this number. 6531. This time. Come on. I can't pair it if I can't get it on there, man. What's going on? I could try this with the phone, but I don't want to switch to the phone if I don't have to. Sorry, this is unfortunately messing up my review of this printer. What's going on? It's got a very strong signal according to this image on the screen. But let's do a search again just for the heck of it. I could also try powering it off and just do it this way where we power it off, get a fresh start. I mean, I'm willing to try anything once. Okay, here it comes. It's got a cute boot screen. And waiting. AnkerMake M5, searching for your printer. It still hasn't booted. It's just about done. It's got a good animation on the screen. High refresh rate. There we go. It found it. Now it's putting up another number, 0487. Next. So it's a fresh boot, so is it still going to give me crap? It looks like it might. It's taking forever. Oh, brother, please input the correct pin. I don't think it's going to connect. Let's see if I've got anything going on in my Bluetooth dialog here. Well, it's definitely on. Bluetooth settings. It's all there. Let's try. I'll turn off Bluetooth for a second, then I'll turn it back on again. The what? I've used spray paint, but not epoxy spray paint. Unless it's two-part and I didn't know. That's come on now. Well, I wouldn't know. Epoxy, to my understanding, can be so many different things. It's not necessarily edible or food safe. But you could maybe use some kind of silicone rubber that would be food safe once it cured. So yeah, it's not connecting. Okay, I'm going to try my phone and see if this makes a difference. Let's see. So here we go. Let's use the old phone here. Let's see. Yeah, we got merch. Alright, search for AnkerMake again. I don't know why it won't work on my tablet. I have a feeling it's still not going to work on this, but we'll see. Downloading. It's a pretty small app, so it's just about done. Alright, open. AnkerMake. Sure, send me notifications all day. Alright, now let's sign in. Yeah, I could probably set one up like that. Yeah, I mean, no one else is going to do it. Sign in. To protect your data recovery, choose your region. Sign in. Add printer. All right. Who's in the Discord now? Searching for my printer. Let's make sure I got the Bluetooth is on. Searching for my printer. Make sure it's nearby. Well, it's definitely nearby. No printers. Oh, come on now. Stop with all this nonsense. First it finds it, but then it won't connect to it. Oh, maybe I need to authorize Bluetooth. Hold on. Bluetooth, let's be good here. Hearing aid compatibility. Cool, man. Searching for... No, not searching for devices. Bluetooth. Just plain old Bluetooth, please. There we go. Headphones, other devices. did say allow connectivity earlier. Let's search again. Come on, printer. This is the only way we're going to get deeper into the speed testing with this thing, is if I can get the app running. It won't pair, which is very strange. It keeps saying it doesn't like the number I'm giving it, even though it's the right number. No printers. Cut it out. Let's see. Oh, maybe I need to disconnect my other device from it. Hold on. We'll quit that. Exit, disconnect, and we'll just quit that app straight up. And we'll also make sure it's not connected to Bluetooth. Search again. Alright, there it is. I guess it was paired with the other machine. But it wasn't. Now it's telling me to type in another number, 0288. Go. It made a little beeping sound that time. It shouldn't make a difference which OS I'm running it on, or which device. But is it going to give me another thing where it says it can't connect? If it does, I'm going to have to search online and figure out what it's doing wrong. Please input the correct pin. Guys, what up? What is wrong with this bloody device? Once again, give me a number. It's rather strange. It's almost like it's losing the number between the time that it asks to connect and the time, and while it's trying, it's like, all right, cheers. All right, do what you got to do. Cheers. So yeah, it's being very bad. It's being very bad. AnkerMake M5. It sees the device. It gives me a number to put in. And every time it says wrong pin. Every single time. Let's see. That's unfortunate. We got a bad printer. It's being bad. It sees it, and yet it won't pair. Okay, what's going on with that? What's going on with this? It's a chair. All right, here we go. Let's try this. Hold on. Okay, let's look it up. Let's see what AnkerMake has to say about this. It wants me to put in a pin. The number it gives me is 5278. Maybe it's off by 1. It's got an off by 1 error. 5278. And then it's going to say incorrect pin. Come on, AnkerMake. What's going on? Couldn't pair Android. Soundcore? That has nothing to do with it. It's AnkerMake M5. I really wanted to do this part. I should have tested it last night, then I would know already. You can't do that. Enter correct pin. Let's see, connect your M5 to your 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi network and create a customized name. Yeah, I'd like to, eventually, once I can get into it. But you need the app to do it first. I haven't seen it show an image of the sliced model, but I believe that they actually just produce a JPEG and that's what they show you. So you have to use their slicer to get that. AnkerMake M5 3D printer, yeah. Pin. The word pin doesn't even show up on the page. So this is the part where it's failing. Enter pin code, click next, and no. Only 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi, which I have. I just haven't set up the Wi-Fi yet, and I don't think it's going to allow me to. Well, let's put the phone back on. And use it as my camera again. What? Restoring? Ah, bloody hell. I don't even know how to do that with this thing. Let's see. Firmware restore. Okay, we could try that. Restore. All settings will be deleted. Sure. Why not? I didn't really change anything anyway. So, fine. Yep, it has a restore button. Well, it's not fancy, but it doesn't need to be. It doesn't have to do much except send files from here to there, and that shouldn't be too fancy. But yeah, thank you for that suggestion. I'll try it. I've just done the reset, saving English as my main language. Let's set up the printer network. Okay, how about that? Oh, it's not a button. It gives you more control or freedom over 3D printing. It has things that look like buttons, but they're not. Let's see. Let's go back to... let's see if I can get my camera working here. Hold on. Phone cam. Come back. Hello. Oh. It's gone. Hold on. Let's see. Before it can use the cadmium camera, it needs to be locked, and then do I need to pair it by plugging it in? I hope not. Annoying. Alright, let's see. Let's go back to cadmium camera. iPhone cam, please. There it is. Here we are once again, so you can see. Nope, those aren't buttons. Skip. So why is it skip? I don't know. Auto level. Let's skip that. I did that already. Alright, so here we are once again. Let's try and pair this app. Here we go. Add the printer. Well, I'm running it on YouTube right now, so you can't see it on Discord anyway. It can connect to anything that exposes itself to the system. I see. So I could take my output from OBS and like make that an input to Discord. Oh, I'll have to check that and see. I didn't know that was there. Well, I kind of did, but please input the correct pin. Damn it! It's still giving me crap. It's not working even after restore, which I kind of anticipated. But it is beeping louder than it was before. Well, I had it muted, so. But yeah, no matter what, it gives me the pin and I try it and it just, no dice. I put in the right pin, but no. I've rebooted it once, I've done the restore, and it's just being strange. So I can't connect it to Wi-Fi yet either until I get paired with Bluetooth, unless I can. Network, how to do it. Download the AnkerMake app. Damn it! You have to get the app to do it. Damn it. Step 1, download the app. Step 2, use it to set up your network. Firmware. Check for update. You're already using the latest version. That's what it says, but I'm not connected to the network, so how does it know? You could try restore one more time. Restore. It's got a very lovely boot screen. So while it's doing that, let's get the model off the bed. And yeah, it did a very fine job. So yeah, I'll switch over and see if I can do that on Discord. I'm doing screen sharing, but not camera sharing. Let's see. All right, Discord, here we go. Turn on camera. Turn off screen sharing. But which camera? Let's see. Profile, edit profile, change video background. That's cute. How about audio, video, input device, voice, video, Brio. It's not showing it as a virtual output from OBS. Let's see if I can do that. Start virtual camera. Needs my password. Alright, I started the virtual camera. Let's see if that works. Video. Nope, it doesn't see it. But I can switch to the cadmium camera. Which at least shows that much. Let's see. I don't know why it's flipped. Strange. Let's see. Meanwhile, voice and video. Possibly, yeah, it's just for my benefit. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't show it as an output, but on the other hand, maybe if I quit Discord and start it again. Weird. We can do it this way. Let's see. Oh, weird. It didn't get the iPhone cam quite right. Ah, wrong date. Pointless. Alright, back to the Discord. Let's see what I got for video. Voice and video. Cadmium? Logitech? Nope. No virtual from OBS. That's too bad. Let's check out the settings. Output type, scene. Internal. Or source. Oh, I want to make it a source. And use a weird, it's almost like it output selection. I don't know what that means. Let's try switching it in Discord and see. Hold on, got to be in the right room. I am there. That's me. All right, and cam options. USB audio device, output headphones, cadmium. Nope, it's only still showing real cameras right now. It's not showing it as a source, but stop virtual camera. Start virtual camera. Let's see. Output type source. We'll go with iPhone cam. Different views, all there. I really wanted to show a scene though. Oh, maybe this is a thing I can do. Scene, please. Output. Code desk, please. And again, I'm pretty sure Discord won't see it. Nope, doesn't see it. Interesting. It also doesn't see it as an audio input. So yeah, I guess we're sort of stuck. There's edit channel, permissions, etc., bitrate, auto, integrations, permissions. Yeah, I don't need an integration, thank you very much. Oh well. We'll put up the that camera then. That'll be fine. We want to just see the machine in action. So yeah, at this point it is still stuck. It will not let me pair. I put in the right number. 7322. It says so on the screen. No. The other one ignores you when you press OK. Well, let's skip that part. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why you'd have to press OK on both. As soon as you say next on the app, it dismisses that dialog. Input the correct pin. I did. What is your problem? So that's just bizarre. I don't know what's going on with that. Are you not going to work? Add printer, please. An M5, please. That one, please. Okay. Search again. It's just being annoying. Nope, it's just not going to work because why would it? Why would it suddenly start working? No reason. Gonna have to definitely dig into this more. So unfortunately, yeah, we're stuck not being able to really get this thing up to the only way I'm going to get higher speeds on this is to actually edit the G code and have it set the accelerator, the feed rate extra high. So let's do that. I'll get out my, I'll grab my SD card and we'll put a nice new, very fast sliced file on here and we'll see how fast we can get it to go. Let's try a Benchy or something. So I already downloaded the AnkerMake app, or not app, the profile into Prusa Slicer on my other laptop. So I'll just have to do it on this one as well. Prusa slicer, please. Hello. All right, let's get a benchy. STL. My spotlight is all screwed these days too. Everything's screwed up right now. Let's see. Let's go to projects. Make a riprap things. Pick a thing, anything. Let's see. How about a pyramid test? Drone. Print. Yeah, I could do that one maybe. We'll do a large one or a small one. How large is that? You can always change the size. So yeah, so we'll do a drone, and that gives a good test of some of the printing. And yeah, we'll print it a little, maybe a little smaller. There we go. And let's try that piece. And we'll grab some that profile. Here's your guide, and someone else has a profile here as well. I tend to trust just Trey over AnkerMake when it comes to like right, so you need this vendor stuff right here. So these are the files I will download. How long could it take? No time at all. AnkerMake M5 profile, Prusa slicer, vendor. So yeah, all this stuff goes in the vendor folder. So now I go to Prusa slicer and I say profiles folder, and I'm supposed to get it from one of these things. Is supposed to show me the folder. Printer settings. Add, remove printers. There we go. Sure, give me the latest stuff. There we go. So we're here. Other vendors. Where's that thing where it has show the folder? I can never remember where it is. I think it's in application support, but I'm not going to go digging. Come on. Show me the folder. Search. No, I don't want to search. Presets are the same. Like this is where they should have the button to show you the folder. Right here, or someplace like that. Welcome. Remove user profiles. No, I don't want to remove the user profiles. I want to pick a profile. Grr. Configuration assistant. Preferences. Cancel. Yes, expert, please. For some reason, these headphones are running out of power already. Let's repair. Hey, cut that out. Cancel. Come on, Prusa Slicer, help me out here. It's not where preference is supposed to go. General, camera. Oh, camera, cool. GUI. So yeah, people are liking Orca Slicer, which is a fork of this. All right, we'll get there. I know, I'm supposed to be the geek of all geeks. Let's see, let's just...
AnkerMake is on the list of other vendors in the configurator.
Not in mine. Not in mine. Because I haven't added it yet. But it might be in like a newer version of Prusa Slicer. But you know, you have to, they don't just have it like download and update right within the app. You have to go and download it and then pick the one you need. Let's
I got
see.
2.6.
And then, so yeah, I guess we could get 2.6 here. 2.6, please. Show all 14 assets, please. macOS Universal, please. So yeah, we'll get that. That's easier than going to the website. You have to go through a little rigmarole. Do you want to sign up again? No, I already signed up. Why do you keep asking me? Don't you know that I signed up? Come on. Let's see. All right. Prusa slash. We'll just quit this version here. But I still want to add this profile. Oh wait, no. No. New Prusa slash. Here we go. Open, please. Ask me next time. I'll still say no. All right, configuration update is available. Sure, update all the things. All right, printer settings. Add, remove printer. Other vendors. So there's an AnkerMake now. M5 0.4, that sounds good to me. Define a custom printer profile. Let's see. Or just say next. Amazon Basics PLA, sure, that's what it is. Check for application updates, update built-in presets. Built-in downloader, sure, whatever. And expert mode. All right, so there we go. AnkerMake M5 0.4 bed shape set. It is 235 by 235. I got that right. All right. So let's go back to the Plata, and we'll put the old drone on there, and we'll shrink it down a little bit. And is it on the bed? It looks like it might be. Slice it. Looks fine to me. Alright, so the speed though, that's the question. Stability issues, oh yeah, like what? Low bed adhesion, consider enabling supports or a brim. Yeah, I guess I could put a brim on here. Let's do a brim. Brim. Outer brim only. Inner brim. Outer and inner brim. And we'll make it 3 millimeters. Just cause. Alright. And the sliced model now. Slicing finished. Surely you got that. Where's my brim, damn it? Look at my brim.
The inside brim only is only on the inside, like on the inside of circles.
Really?
So outer would be on the outside of the model.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't work. The inside doesn't work, I found, either.
What does that even mean? I would expect there to be like a skirt, and that's different from a brim. And I expect them to just, maybe they changed the meaning of the word brim from skirt to brim. But yeah, there we go. So there's your skirt and there's your brim. Maybe it's a different thing. Oh, maybe they call it a loop. Skirt loops. Oh yeah, they do. They've got a skirt. So yeah, I don't really need a skirt if I've got a brim. Do I? But sure, whatever. That makes no sense. Inner brim, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Okay, slicing finished. Yeah, right, that'll do. And we'll have ourselves a little drone. And I'm not too worried about those places where there's not a lot of support. I think they'll be fine. So anyway, the speed is really the thing. Let's check out what the speed is like here. Dynamic overhang speed. Speed for non-print moves. There we go. Speed for print moves, 60. All right, so it says it can go 5 times faster, so I should be able to go 300, right?
The print settings are also for the BQ B1.
Oh yeah, what the hell? That makes no sense. I selected a printer called AnkerMake M5, and now I gotta create new print settings too. Let's go with system presets. Normal. Discard. Start with normal. Alright, so normal speed. Speed for print moves. Perimeters, 250. Small perimeters, 150. So yeah, now we're getting to some higher speeds than the printer wanted me to do, maybe. But yeah, I guess I'll just create a new profile. Start with a save preset, we'll give it a new name, at Anker. 0.2 millimeter PLA, and we'll go with Anker M5. M5 PLA 0.2, 0.4. Okay. There we go. Good. Now I can screw around. Let's see. Advanced, don't really care. Layers and perimeters, 0.2. First layer, 0.14. Interesting. Usually you would make them a little thicker. 3 perimeters, sure. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. No perimeters, thank you. Let's go back, make this normal. Skirt and brim, 1. Brim type, outer brim, 3 millimeters. Separation gap, 0.1, sure. Okay, that makes it reslice. It'd be kind of nice if it just resliced when you went back from here to here, but it does not. You have to do this switching from one view to the other, which is strange. You'd want it to show the button down here or something, really. Alright, so there. Blue danger areas, don't care. I may not even finish the print. We just wanted to try and print it fast. But what size did I end up making this anyway? What did I do as far as scaling goes? Position, rotate, scale, 63. Let's just go with 50. percent. Okay. Stability issues, yeah, whatever. Okay, and being as it's printing circles, that means it's going to generate either arcs or not. Let's see what's up with that. Arcs. Hello? Arcs? Is that a thing? Arachne perimeter generator? Perimeter transitioning threshold angle, etc., etc. So it's nice of them to have Arachne, but they really should tell users like me who don't know what it is, what it is.
That's the dynamic extrusion width.
Is it? Transitioning threshold angle, filter margin. So this would be a good spot for them to have a little video. Right on the, they've got this big old screen here with all this space, and yet they don't put anything down. Sometimes they even like, and they could make these things larger for our old eyes. All right, so let's save that. Yes, as it is. Rename, no. Oh, look, there is help though. Hover. Value was changed, etc., etc. Okay, good to know. All right, don't want to do anything else as far as that, but well, speed mainly. So if you can do 250, that would be great. Small 150, external infill 250. So yeah, it's going for broke with this set of speeds. Bridges 50, sure. Gap fill 150, sure. Ironing, no. If I turned it on, travel 250. So it's going to be doing perimeters at the same speed as travel. Interesting. First layer speed, half. External perimeters, don't care. Acceleration, I don't generally like to mess with, but 2500 should be fine. All right, fine, let's do this. Yeah, stability this. Export, please. Drone 50. And let's do it. Here goes something. Too bad I can't get this bloody app to pair. I'm gonna have to complain to Anker about that one. What's up? Or maybe grab a maybe they have a firmware update I can get. Not pairing. Still not pairing. Wrong pin. No, right pin. Please input the correct pin. I did! Anker! Let's see, I guess we're supposed to be a little annoyed at Anker for using Linus Tech Tips name without their permission. Shame on you, Anker. You should not do that, and you should make this thing more reliable. Alright, let's do up the middle of the bed with some adhesive. A little adhesive here in the middle. I think that's where we're printing. And we'll be good to go. I didn't tell it to heat the bed for this print, so I think I'll have to. It's probably not a setting. I'll have to. I should have said it. Oh well. Start. Recommend using auto leveling. Yeah, start auto level then. This takes about. they say about 10 minutes. It ends up being more like less than 8. But at least everything will be heated up and ready to go. And I can start the print right away. So yeah, this will take a bit of time. Meanwhile, let's see what it takes to get the firmware updated on this thing, and I'll download that for later. I'm assuming they make binary releases on their webpage, so let's go and check that out. So here we are at AnkerMake, and no, they don't do releases.
It's all through the app.
Let's see what else they host. Slicer. I guess I could grab their slicer. Anker Prusa slicer settings. Prusa settings. Then they have
the roadmap. They are migrating to Prusa Slicer, just like adding support directly into the official form, or the official.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Version.
That makes, I mean, overall, that definitely makes things easier for them. If they would, you know, do similarly with their firmware, then they could already be on an input shaping version of Marlin, and maybe go even faster than their 5 times claim, whatever that is, 5 times something. I think they just wanted to have a reason to use the number 5. Oh yeah, we'll call it the M5.
Speed.
I don't know what they're talking about. This is
Standard freeze defaults. Like, okay, cool. What about your accelerations? How are those?
5 times faster. 5 times faster than what? 5 times faster than my grandma, maybe. Let's see here. Not to be ageist and sexist, grandma, sorry. Clean off that nozzle. Level those Z-ends. I don't know what kind of Z-end leveling it's doing. I guess it's 2209s, so it's doing some kind of leveling where it's using the stall guard. And now it is aligning our Z-axis. Enjoy.
What type of bed coating is that?
Let's see, I assume they're giving you like a standard, like, coated bed. And then I ended up I needed to use this stuff to get my last print to stick because it kept coming off, but it was not didn't have the right kind of brim and stuff, so that was my fault. But yeah, this is, what do they use typically now for bed coatings?
PEI is...
Oh right, PEI, yeah, which stands for polyethylene intravicular. I don't know. But yeah, PEI bed coating.
Prince
And
Edward Island, apparently.
Prince Edward Island, that makes sense.
Petroleum Equipment Institute.
So here we go with our leveling, 7 out of 49 points, and each row takes about a minute.
Polyethyramide.
Oh, okay. So some other nice things about this, it does come with a spare nozzle, which is good. Pretty good sync on that. These things are getting nice and small and compact now. I like that. So eventually I'll open this up and look at that. They give you a lot of spare nozzles, like a whole bunch. So you can switch between 0.4 and 0.6 and 0.2. So they give you 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, and 0.8. It looks like 2 of each of them. Maybe even 3 of some. So that's pretty nice. And they give you some extra screws that are in there. They provide you with a nice little quick start guide in several languages, which just how to start, basically just how to set it up. Yeah, and there is nothing in here beyond just the initial setup, so you'll have to go out into the world and learn how to 3D print.
The other cool thing they do give you, which is pretty nice, is a little toolkit. Comes with it. Looks like this. And in there they give you an extra PTFE tube insert. So again, you're not going to be able to do high temp printing with this extruder. And they give you a few little tools to use, snips and a needle for cleaning the nozzle and an Allen wrench thingy and one of these, which I assume is for removing the nozzle and tightening it and stuff. And then they even give you another extra nozzle inside here. So yeah, lots of nozzles. So I'll be able to try printing at 0.8 aperture, and then you can get some speeds. So that's all right. Fewer walls is nice. So
Drug set up with a short PTFE tube. It's just not touching the nozzle. Just between the heat break and the extruder.
oh, maybe so, huh? That would be good because
It's only a
yeah,
couple centimeters long.
that's what they show you here.
Yeah.
And if I pull this out, it's it's going about this far down to the heat break. So it makes it about,
Just whether or not it's going through it or not.
yeah, it's actually, let me see if I get it from where it ends to here. You can see it actually extends this far into the nozzle. So that's all the way down to just about the end. So yeah, this is, you don't want to be cooking this. So yeah, if you can pull it out and just use 3mm, like 5mm filament. There you go. Just use 5mm wide filament. You're good to go. But yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah, I guess so.
But it does have the nice silicone shock, so it holds its heat well. That makes a difference. You can blow a fan on it and it won't cool off the heat block. So it should be keeping its temperature pretty steady. And we are just about done, 49 points leveling before the print. Leveling successful, done. Now we'll just go straight for the start of the print. Drone 50. And again, they should hide the dot files, but they don't. Print please. Cool, it is going to use a 60-degree bed actually for this print. So that's good. And it's already at 180 for the nozzle, and the bed is fully heated. So it's good to go. And now we'll see if it can handle that 250 speed that we gave it, or what. Of course, it's going to go at half speed on the first layer, so homing, do not interfere. It does a bit of grinding on homing, which is annoying. I might need to adjust those trinamics a little bit. And then it does the same thing. It does homing of both Z ends separately, which is kind of cute. So a little different from what Marlin would normally do, but that's fine. Every printer deserves to do its own thing. So here we go, homing, homing. And there it goes. And that's a pretty fast first layer. I like it. So this one's going to take 34 minutes. And yeah, it's zooming. I mean, let it zoom, that's what I say.
Wait, is that 34 hours?
Oh. Yeah. 40. It thinks it's going to take 44 hours.
I noticed Marlin is the same thing. It counts like the level of instruction as one line of key code for an estimation.
Strange. So I don't know where it's getting that estimate. Now it's down to 38. So it might be that it thinks that it's going to be moving to the top of the printer, or printing all the way to the top or something. And it's like, well, if one layer takes this long and 1,000 layers takes this long, then it's probably going to be, so that estimate will get closer to the truth pretty soon, I think. it's probably re-estimating it about every layer. So once it's finished with each layer, now it's saying 50 hours. Yeah, what? Also, it's, you know, it's pinting. Pinting. It's pinting pretty fast, I gotta say though. It's doing a pretty good job of reaching speeds without any problems. Of course, your bottleneck with this is always going to be extrusion. Can it handle printing PLA at 200 degrees through a 0.4 millimeter nozzle? So generally, I would definitely tweak some of the UI a little bit. But yeah, it's doing a fine job.
Never mentioned settings actually settable through the UI.
Yeah, I wish I could get that thing working. But yeah, that's the other thing is it does have apparently an internal SD card. So you can send, it can probably hold up to like 8 gigs of files or something. But you have to use your app to send them over, or maybe download them, I don't know, you have to find out. Right now it's saying that it's doing 60 millimeters per second speeds, which is previously with the default settings I had used, which wasn't based on, it's partly based on their profile, it was saying times 0.8. So it considers, I guess, 50 millimeters per second to be a standard kind of speed or something, I don't know. And then anything below that is considered to be slower, anything above it considered to be in the faster realm. And right now it's doing a very fine job. The main thing was getting past that first layer, and it did fine with the first layer. And now this is all very round, so you're going to get what you're going to get, I guess. And we'll see what kind of details and cooling it does, but it's got dual cooling fans blowing from the sides. And we're getting a pretty nice result. Of course, the light is very nice. Gives it a kind of a classy thing. I had that turned off for my previous print. And yeah, so.
Does it convey status at all, or just always doing that?
It's yellow during leveling, and then I suppose it probably turns red when you have a problem. And then it beeps at you, I'm sure. I mean, it is Marlin, so it should, if you did something like a thermal overrun, it should beep at you and change the LEDs to red and maybe solid. I have to look closer at what their LED control looks like, but like that flashy bit that it's doing now where it's going from top to bottom, it could be something that is built into the LED unit, or it could be something that the firmware is controlling. Either one is fine. I can't play Space Invaders or Pong or Breakout while this is going though, unfortunately. No knob. No knob. It needs a knob.
Does that work with the non-12864?
I haven't looked at the board yet, but if it has the connectors, then you could certainly substitute a new controller instead of using this, and you would get way more options that way without having to use the app. If it's possible. So. Yeah, that's the other thing is like if the screen ever needs other updates of itself, then you know you probably have to open it up and I don't know. But they may have set up a way to do it through the USB dock here. Of course, it's USB-C, so if you don't have an adapter like this, you might not be able to, you know, a lot of people, they have flash drives, but they don't have USB-C flash drives. So that's a little bit of an unusual choice, was to use USB-C as the connector on the top of the device. They should have gone with USB-A, USB-B. But overall, pretty good. It's melting the filament. I can definitely tell it's at a high temp. It stinks a little bit. It's got a little bit of a smell to it. This might not be just pure PLA. Might be PLA plus or something. They give you a pretty small sample, this size.
Just the gaming spool.
Yes, they give you a little spool, which is fine. It's enough for a few prints. But yeah, the estimate is still way off. It says 57 hours, but it's actually going to be more like 10 minutes. You know, I don't even know at this point how long it's been going. But as far as pushing the speeds, so far, I don't feel like I'm hitting any major limits. I mean, it can do this, and it looks fine. We'll see how the surface looks on this, but so far I think we've got a good surface finish. I mean, might have to get out my extra bright light. This particular print has a few facets on it, so we'll be able to see if it's leaving any ringing vibrations. Now at this point it should be getting close to the part where it's doing little bits, where the cooling is really going to matter. Right, so it's just going to do these 3 legs, or 4 legs rather. This model is a drone from a Defender clone that I was working on, so I just like... It's going to be cute, but yeah, it's going to definitely... Like right now it's doing the overhead, the harder overhangs, and they're fine. I'm not seeing any loops hanging out in the air. And again, it's doing, it's got good cooling, so hopefully that helps with the results here. Uh-oh, the print is coming off the bed though. Darn it, you would expect better adhesion. Alright, so stop. So now we'll have to take a look and see how it did.
Is the camera processing online based for like the error detection?
Well, I haven't tried the camera yet, of course, without the app. I can't, so finished job. So we'll find out, but it's, I believe it's got a little, it might have a little AI of its own in there. Let's see how this looks. So you can see it's pretty clean print. It was doing well until it didn't, until it came off the bed.
Definitely no arcs.
And who knows, maybe the brim didn't help the situation. It didn't seem to really adhere terrifically well. So I might have been printing a little high. It's hard to say with these crinkled surfaces, you know, it's getting readings, but it's not getting the deepest reading. It's getting like the highest reading. So, but in general, I mean, it's very clean. It's good print. So what I would do differently, if I had time on the first layer, I would lower Z a little bit, maybe. Let's see if that helps. But it had a similar issue with the other one. The parts were starting to lift up a little bit, and then it was colliding. And as it starts to collide with these parts, it gets less reliable and knocks things off. So I would definitely recommend using something with decent adhesion. This stuff that I put on here is fine, but it's probably better for a glass surface rather than this surface. It probably lowers the adhesion on this particular bed surface. But who knows? Hard to say. I could try again, but...
What material preset were you using for it in Prusa Slicer?
well, in my case, PLA at 200 degrees. So what else could I do? Well, I could try this again. Do I have any cool things? Paper guide, that's nothing useful. No files there. Let's see. No. Yeah, they could definitely do some things differently with this. Things, rocket vase. A rocket vase is usually a nice print. Let's see. It's going to do it at 32 millimeters per second. That's what it analyzes it to be, which is 0.6x as opposed to 0.8x. Unknown slicer, so it picks up some of that info from the file. What else? I have test files which are just tones, and it won't print those. Let's see, here's a 3D benchy with a power loss recovery something in it. It probably does something like tries to emulate a power loss. I don't think this thing has power loss recovery. They don't have it enabled, but I'll double check that. I'm pretty sure they don't have it enabled. This is a 14-minute object, a benchy. So I kind of think the one I was just doing was a pretty good choice of test print, because it does, you know, it's like, oh yeah, sure, it won't adhere to the bed, great, but how bad could it be? It knows it came off Prusa slicer. So the only other thing I would do is set my Z offset here minus 0.1, 0.0, let's try minus 0.06, and see if that makes a difference. So it's going to be printing that first layer a little more squished. And also, yeah, I'll probably have to pull that off the bed. No brim for you. There. So we're going to let it do its thing. Do I want to put down more adhesive? Not really. I'll just try this idea where I lower the Z by half a layer height and see if that makes any difference. 0.06 millimeters doesn't seem like a lot, but we'll see if that makes a difference. And then, oops, there's some good schmutz on the bed, so hopefully it'll not pick that up. Yeah, this line in the back that it does is like, okay, I guess, sort of. And then I hope a negative Z offset makes sense. So now it's saying it's going to take 32 hours. 47 hours, so yeah, obviously the estimate is just completely useless. And again, that first layer is so small, so I guess that has a lot to do with why it's like, I have a feeling this is going to pull off the bed too, but it's a pretty snappy print, a pretty short print, so it'll fail sooner rather than later. Now, when I did my first print, I had the printer outside, somewhat humid and warm out there. But I don't know how much difference that makes. It's maybe 60% humidity at the most, and it was about 100 degrees Fahrenheit outside, 38-ish Celsius. Hey, get used to it. The globe is not getting any colder. Not for a long time. Not as long as people are fighting over QAnon nonsense instead of how to get those oil companies to behave better and emit less gases into the air. Let's see here. Go. I mean, global warming is one thing, but transvestite story hour. It must be stopped at all cost. Let's see, here we are. Let's do it. Do it. This is all for cosplay. So yeah, I've got other machines which can reach some good speeds, but this thing being solidly built is meant to, you know, it's got some nice elements to it. It is shaking about a little bit on this table, which is like kind of a crappy table on casters. So yeah, does it get better adhesion? And of course, with an object like this, it's sort of tempted to pull it off the bed because it's constantly rocking back and forth against the bed with a tiny surface area touching the bed. The entire surface area, of course, is only that much. So we can hope. Again, the time estimate completely wrong. It's not doing a good bang-up job of that. If it used the built-in time estimate logic, it would get a lot closer, I think. I think they must have rewritten it.
Or maybe it's relying on or waiting on that explicit commands that are kind of something.
Well, I mean, the way that it generally works is it just looks at the size of the file and the percentage through the file. So if the file is, you know, halfway through right now, it should be, you know, looking at how long it took so far and extrapolating that it's going to take that much longer. So if it took 10 minutes to get through the first half of the file, it'll probably take 10 minutes to get through the second half. Obviously not perfect science, but... And then the other way to get estimates is to, you know, let the slicer do the estimates. And then it
bot that I used back in the day did estimates just based off of layers height. Or like assume each layer takes the same amount of time instead of come out through the file.
Yeah, that's the thing is there's no concept of a layer to a 3D printer. There is only Z movement. And then, and then of course, you may have big layers at the bottom and very small ones at the top. So when you're making that pyramid, you can't really estimate based on layers. You have to, again, using the file tends to be pretty good because it tends to average out. They're going to have some longer moves, some shorter moves, but yeah, there's a lot of small moves that, you know, they may take only as much time as one long move. And so that one long move is a tiny one line in a file, but like lots of smaller ones are going to be like 20 lines. So again, it's like the only way to really do it is to read through the entire file. And then the best way to do that is to let the slicer do it on your desktop rather than try to do it at the beginning of the thing, and like reading an SD card is very slow. So it's like the one thing you can do is go to the end and kind of go to the middle and then, you know, sort of pick out different points and be like, what is the Z height at these various points? And then kind of from that estimate what the layer is, how much stuff is in each layer. If it resets E at the beginning of each layer as well, so unfortunately you can't just go, oh well, we could do it by extrusion. It's extruding, you know, this total amount, therefore when it's extruded half of that, it must be halfway through. That would be a better way, because the extrusion is going to be much more accurate than linear motion or Z height. But again, let the slicer estimate it, and then use that, let the slicer send M78, I think, or I forget which command it is, but you can have a command that just sends how much time is left. And let and then the screen could be counting down seconds based on those estimates that it gets on every layer. And then it could do corrections on each layer. So at this point, it's looking like, you know, fine, just like it did before. But I did use a little more squish. And it didn't seem to scrape along the bed, but of course that first layer is done pretty fast, so we have no idea if it's going to hold any better. I have a feeling it's going to come right off the bed again because PEI, like the PEI sheet on my Creality Ender 5S1 is ridiculously sticky. This one is ridiculously not sticky. So I don't know what the difference is there, except I think that the layers were a little more squished on that machine than on this one. And there's another machine, the Ender 5S1, again, pretty solidly built. I imagine we could get some high speeds out of it. This one's doing all right, though. I gotta say, it's as far as the speed, I'm pleased with the speed. But I feel like it's very soon going to be revealing its weakness in knocking stuff off the bed due to not enough retraction or whatever for this particular level object. Once it gets to those legs.
There is an extrusion multiplier in material presets for slicers sometimes.
Yeah, I would set it to do, like I'd like to have it, once it gets to this height, start doing more retraction so that there's less ooze, and then maybe even switch to a lower layer height or something, but I can kind of tell at this point it's going to start hitting solid filament that has been extruded off the edge, and that's going to start pulling it off the bed. And you'll see, you can kind of see why. Especially when it's doing weird overhangs. Like at this point I'd like to slow it down, but there's no button for that. They should have a slider on the screen. I mean, they're touch screens, they should have sliders. Or at least up-down buttons. So far it hasn't started to come off. So I don't know, it's gotten a little further than the last time. It might survive. But yeah, it's definitely going to have a little bit of a mess. We'll eventually have adaptive slicers that do things by feature a little better. And an object like this that has funky legs, it will actually do stuff that's a little smarter to make sure that they don't knock things off the bed or otherwise cause problems.
They do have a little bit of that in the latest Prusa slicer, the dynamic overhang speed and cooling as well.
I'll have to try it. You can kind of see a little bit of the overhang on the one of the legs is a little bit droopy, but it's fine. For this type of object, it doesn't matter. It's a Christmas ornament, essentially. nothing very important. But yeah, it's doing these layers quickly, cooling them very well, I hope. It didn't quite, when I did the firmware from the changes I had, it didn't build, so I'm going to have to tweak those until I can get a good build out of it. But this is the, if you're doing an object that has a lot of large layers, a lot of details around the perimeters and stuff, this is a great printer. I could see you could get go a little slower for those outer perimeters and get them looking nice, and then use that speed for the infill, because it seems to be handling it just fine, and the travel moves are 250-ish, and it's doing them pretty smoothly. I don't see a lot of I mean, the machine is definitely shaking the table, but I feel pretty confident the ringing won't, at least on these elements you won't be able to see it anyway, but I could print a rocket vase or something. That'd be kind of fun. But how quickly could it finish a rocket vase with high-speed 250 printing, at least 250 if not. Now the speeds that the Bamboo gets up to are pretty high and has high acceleration. You know, with a bed slinger, it's hard to imagine throwing that mass around at such high speeds, but when you're using a Core XY driven light print head, you can slam that thing around at all kinds of high speeds. So once I get a Core XY with a Z bed, then I can really see what the limits are as far as software driving stepper motors on 32-bit boards from Marlin. But even with an 8-bit board, you can get pretty high speeds using trinamic stepper drivers, because you're still only doing 16 steps per millimeter, microsteps, I should say, 16 microsteps, which is 3,200 steps per revolution. I keep hearing a knocking sound. I'm not sure what that is, as it does as it starts fast moves.
Is the end of the development sample filament hot?
Hard to say. I couldn't really tell where it was coming from. But hey, we got through. We have a finished print. Hooray. And then it still makes a couple little funky sounds. Alright, let's see how we did. Oh yeah. Okay. It's decent. Let's take a closer look. Pretty decent layer. You can kind of see a little bit of ringing, a tiny bit. Halfway through each of these perimeter, these facets has like a little ring in it. So they have no input shaping on this, so that's going to be the trick. Is they are doing something with the ramp, I think, to make it start and stop its moves a little easier, but yeah, so I get a pretty decent print, good test print, and it actually stuck, which is good. All I had to do was change that Z height a little bit, and it definitely was feel like I had to pull it pretty hard to get it off there. So I feel like the bev leveling could be adjusted to maybe take into account you're using a PEI sheet, and it might want to drop it a tiny bit just to get that little bit of extra adhesion.
Yeah, that's a big thing with like the difference even between just textured and smooth TEI sheets.
Yeah.
Like textured, they are a little easier to tune tolerance-wise.
Yeah.
And they release better once it cools down.
Makes sense.
But smooth can stick better, but it needs to be tuned. Real time.
Here we are again. All right. Hello, folks. Here we are. We got through a successful print session with the AnkerMake M5, and I got to say, in general, decent printer. Was easy to set up, very easy to set up, very snappy. I think we have a good machine to test with, and it's going to be especially useful for those pushing those speed limits. That's what I'm especially looking forward to with it. So meanwhile, how did our build do? Let's take a quick look. What did it fail on? It failed on a few things that aren't too that important, but this thing, print line inside of interactive, so something in the interactive stuff didn't like, and I'm not sure why. Print line, so I'll have to check around and see if their source code has print line in it somewhere that they've implemented it. I don't see it, so not a big deal. There's other ways to do that, and that might just be debug stuff, and then it's got what error damage. So yeah, I can see that they're going to have like this is probably the, yeah, there's some stuff going on where I have to just accept that they've misspelled things and that the screen is going to be looking for those misspellings. Darn it! But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in here, which is clearly the formatting is screwy, and oh, this will be fun to clean up. And that has to be the first step, otherwise it drives me crazy having to look at all the mess. So let's take a look here at I already did that with theirs anyway. So yeah, there's going to be all kinds of interesting things going on. Nozzle polling with UART. Really interesting. I see it's doing two polls of the same thing here. Neato. So yeah, we'll get into the weeds with this particular firmware soon. There's a lot of stuff to do for the next release, so I'm not going to be spending all my time on Ender 5S1 alone. But I definitely want to see what kind of ideas they came up with in their development, and we'll borrow some of their best ideas and get those set up for them for their next update. Again, I'm not surprised in a way that AnkerMake is not working closely with us again. We do have that language barrier, which makes it difficult sometimes, and they have their ways of doing things on their own schedule. And as it is, my work on the Marlin, and I'm sure they understand this too, is that it's so much focused on getting crap ready for the next release and dealing with any and every submission that comes in and every bug report. So they don't want to bug me. I understand BCN 3D might be looking for help if anybody is looking to make a little extra, helping out an established company to put out their next, get their next machine set up with Marlin.
Who is?
BCN 3D. So come to the Discord if you're interested in working with BCN 3D. They've got a help wanted up. If no one else takes it on, I will. And I will be charging thousands of dollars. So those thousands of dollars could be yours if you knew how to do a little Marlin. But it'll probably end up being my thousands of dollars, which I will spend on veggie burgers. And maybe some extra equipment for the lab, who knows. Maybe even a little equipment. So overall, as I look at this, it's very interesting. They've got some UART stuff going on to talk to the nozzle. So there may be some, that indicates to me it's almost maybe, it's not CAN bus, but, and when it comes to these short distances, you don't really need CAN bus. CAN bus is great when you have a lot of noise and interference but it's not. It's kind of overkill for a 3D printer. But that said, we're also working on some CAN bus stuff because there are CAN bus peripherals. And there are also things like SPI to CAN bus bridge, which is interesting. And these are made by such companies as Fly. So we're coordinating with the folks who make these boards, these Fly boards. This particular one is has 5 drivers, so it's named the Fly 5 or something. I forget exactly. But it has a Wi-Fi on it. It's got a lot of cool little features, but right now it's not been set up to work with Marlin, so that's a big deal for them to get this supported on more hardware, and with more software. So it'll be good for us to get CAN bus sorted out anyway in general.
Especially for all the ports too that have native support for it, like the newer Big Tree Tech stuff.
Yep, there's a few Big Tree Tech boards that are using CAN bus now, and these Fly boards, and there's some cool peripherals that they make.
Accelerometers.
Here's the but here's a one which uses CAN bus to control
Other camera.
all the things, stepper motor, heater, end stop, the whole deal. And it all comes on this tiny little board. It's very well packed. So your CAN bus is going to be power plus 2 lines for the CAN bus for the serial connection. And then the rest, there's actually, for debugging purposes, there is a USB-C. And you can flash stuff on here, so you can actually have it's got some chips. It even has, I think, a stepper driver on it somewhere. But yeah, it's pretty cool little boards. And so we're going to be getting that CAN bus stuff. We already have a CAN bus submission, but it's for the purposes of a CNC machine, a pick and place machine. So we love our pick and places, but it's going to be the realm of 3D printing where it's going to come in handy, especially come in handy. So what else we got here? This is extern C blah blah blah. Interesting. So we could just make this a .c file if everything is, well, I guess there's other things that aren't. If adapt detach nozzle. Where's that defined? There it is, Anker config. So he has a lot of little config options for the AnkerMake itself, which is pretty cool. If machine equals motor 5x dvt. They claim it's 5x. I don't believe them. 5x what? We'll find out. I mean, they should know. They're the ones who are, doing this. If heater end control, handshake needs to be enabled. Heater end control. So yeah, some of this language, oof. We can fix that up as we go. But overall, that's kind of cool. So if machine, use 5x, so they've got numbers. Something between 1000 and 2000 is a machine 5x ID. Profile selection, motherboard temperature sensor, motherboard version management, motherboard chip management. So yeah, we're looking at either an STM32F4 or maybe a GD32F4, but similar models. Mainboard, again, V88811 V02. I'm not sure which mainboard we've got on this one. But yeah, pretty cool. overall. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, all this stuff is for their interactive screen, so there's going to be some interesting things here. Let's take a look. A message check, blah, blah, blah. Magic 0, Magic 1 version. Yeah, so there's some interesting things going on there. I usually like to do it this way. Sure, line up all those T's. Cool. So yeah, return some things. Otherwise 0. I see. Interesting. If it doesn't equal magic 0, return -1. If magic 1 doesn't equal magic 1, return -2. These are errors. This is like handshaking here, clearly. Check the message to make sure it's right. So it's supposed to get a byte, and then it's supposed to get this byte, and then it's supposed to get this byte. And then it's supposed to get a check the, make sure that the message has the right checksum, and then it returns an error based on that. Otherwise, and this is the calc check, this is how they do the checksum. All very good. So that's some interesting stuff, and then they've got, that's where they define their magic. So it needs to have AA and 5-5. Which, as you all know, is binary 10101010 and 01010101. So that's often a good reason for that to be chosen, because if there's a lot of noise, those 1s and 0s will get smeared. So there, that works. And what else? The version is 0 apparently. In this that's their protocol. Then they got a parser for the messages that they receive. All well and good. And it just looks at the buffer. Parse enabled. So yeah, there's some cool handshaking going on. So this we would implement as a controller in the LCD folder, typically, and then move all the code there. And then this would be we'd define the protocol, and then we would try to fit it into one of our APIs like EXTUI. And then as we get to know more and more different controllers, we can sort of start to look at expanding our API to accommodate what they want that we might not have considered yet. So a lot of the things is like, got to encourage our people who use Marlin to go right ahead and, modify the things they need as far as extending our protocols, and then we can build those out and make them better for the whole future of 3D printing. But yeah, this is kind of like that whole process that I would typically go through, is just as I study the code, I'll clean it up a little. I see. Interesting. Yes, very interesting. Oh, I see. And it would be, if it's C, it's null. Fascinating. And then, cool, parser state equals true. Who needs equals true, right? We'll leave it though. For now. Let's see, and then you get that. Okay, cool. Parser.h gives you some structures and enums, and you need that. So these are various states you can get, are parse content, parse magic, and this is GCP parser state. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I forgot you could make an enum that's an object that's actually got a thing. That's kind of cool. I may have to use that that kind of arrangement more often. Meanwhile, yeah. All looks good to me. So yeah, this is, some of this stuff may end up in the final Marlin eventually. So that'll be cool. And it definitely uses serial 2 for something in particular. We would probably change that to like LCD serial, but it depends on what kind of stuff it's talking to. Apparently it's got a couple of devices though. It's kind of what it looks like to me. We've got, and then this stuff, print line, like this, a lot of this is going to be presumably just debug messages, but some of it could be part of the protocol. And what it's expecting on the other end. And unfortunately the other end is going to be looking for misspellings too, which I guess is fine. So anyway, they got that. Right. So yeah, this whole 3000 range of codes is, you know, their choice for doing certain things. So you can kind of see what they are. Serial number, read write. I assume is what SN stands for. Pointer doesn't equal null. Pointer. Cool. On equals 1. On equals 0, of course. I see, so these are M107 extensions, M106 extension. Cool, very nice of it to kind of do it this way, actually. It's very neat. I'm generally pleased with the quality of what AnkerMake has done. It's not bad, and I feel like I know this contributor who helped them do it, Harley. I feel like I've seen Harley's name before on from other vendors, actually. I could be wrong. I'll have to poke through old code. Oh, 10% battery on my camera. Look out. We'll plug that in. Okay, so yeah, that's all very interesting. M3003 print OK with R and N. I don't know why it needs both, but it does. Then there's the parser magic, then there's that. Okay, we just did that one. OCI is going to be, it's part of the adapt detached nozzle thing. I assume that's what this is all about. So if nothing is there, then it won't bring it in. So that's pretty cool. You got some software timers here. Now the feedback we've gotten from like Ulendo had to do with the reason that they did fixed time motion is because it's hard to get things on a timely basis. So that's sort of what they really needed, and I can totally understand that. The planner in Marlin and the stepper routines and stuff were all very old school, and it was built for originally an 8 at Mega 328p, something like that. So you can imagine that's not going to have the power to do the stuff like real-time motion planning quite that way, or fixed-time motion planning. So a little cleanup here, just so I can make it a little more readable for myself, understanding what's going on. Sure. All looking pretty good. Don't see any reason for indenting all this so much. Yeah, I'm down with people using void that way. But it seems like the compilers don't really care anymore. Use void or don't use void, you'll still get the same result. But apparently, according to the C standard, oh right, that's all part of a namespace. Well, I guess I could indent this stuff in the namespace. There is a difference because things without void can take any number of parameters, but then you have to pull them out and parse them separately. Nobody does that anymore, so that's kind of why the compilers are getting more ambivalent about it. And who knows, maybe the standard will eventually be don't do that anymore. I don't know. But yeah, that's all based on extern C, so that's all that is. Not really a namespace thing. So that being the case, I guess I can not care about indenting it. And OCI latch clear, interesting. OCI, what does OCI stand for anyway? In this case, who knows? It's got mutex, I see, so there's potential threading stuff going on. I like to do that just because. All right. And there's a mutex thingy. There's a thing. Return hardware version. Yes, quite. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, this is part of that detached nozzle stuff. Right, same deal here. Extern C. You don't really care about indenting. Oop. Just do that. And I see it used Pragma once, which actually you just put at the top, actually. Cool, and you could do that outside of the extern C, I think, but we'll keep it in there, because why not? And typically, actually, you wouldn't even have this inside your header. You would, because it wouldn't have been included if it hadn't been, you know, already there, right? Anchor config. Yeah, and there's your OCI.h. So it's not even going to get included if it's not doing a tap to detach nozzle in the first place. Yeah. So, all right then. So what else we got? OCI.h, okay, protocol.h. This is interesting. Gives us a little insight into their protocol. Command 20, message get. 21, probe set. Yep. Log upload, no MS. Version, logo, dot. So yeah, logo LED. So there is a way to control that. And then also the dot LED are controllable separately, maybe. Temperature alarm, I assume. Serial number, write and read. Yeah, I hope I can figure out what's going on with the Bluetooth. That would be nice. So yeah, there you go, protocol. Meanwhile, soft timer is based on their own thing, I assume. And then they return 0 in the case of no error, which is what you want. Then you got if any of those equals timer, then you're done with an error. And then you got this stuff going on. My neighbors are chatty. I can hear them outside chatting. But I like them. They're fun. We've been hanging out a little bit lately. Even though it's been hot as heck out there, we still get together on the porch and chill out. Yeah, I'll have to look at that calling thing and see if void really makes a difference at this point. I really feel like it doesn't. But, I mean, I could be wrong. It's good to follow standards and stuff, but I feel like that one is so falling by the wayside. Am I wrong? Meanwhile, so here you got a soft timer loop, which is interesting. Callback, continue, continue. Yeah, I feel like this is, I feel like it's almost time for dinner. Yeah, I didn't mean to keep this stream going too long, so I'm going to be bailing on you all soon. But it's been good to get a look at this and see how it's all put together. And don't mind if I do a little of this cleanup. And finally, RxH gives us this for reading from serial. This is stuff we're all going to be reading. Nozzle. So we have material sta, which I guess is, that's the filament sensor, I assume. Again, detached nozzle, which You shouldn't need this in a header. My guess is, let's see, this is UART nozzle RXH. Like it's being, yeah, like that only comes in with the tap detach nozzle, adapt detach nozzle. Yep, I feel like I'm seeing a pattern here. And also the RX includes the TX, so it's like if you don't need, you know, you don't need to include both, just the RX will do. Anytime you include RX, you get TX for free, but I saw just a second ago that looked like it was. So you get that one, that's right. Only adapt detach nozzle, only adapt detach nozzle. This one has AnkerMake API, so maybe not there. Yeah, we're going to be cleaning up a lot of stuff all over the place. This is in a new location, which is they implemented as a feature. And look at that. Look at all the stuff that they implemented for this printer. I got to say, I'm very pleased when I see vendors going for it with Marlin and making all the things the way they want. Let's see, this could just be Echo. It should be PGM, but it doesn't matter unless you're using an AVR board. Right, so you can actually do that. Let me see, make sure this isn't still using serial echo pair. How many of those are there? Oh man, it's still there. Looks like it's still pair and not PGM. Okay, well. But it's also there. Interesting. Oh, I see. Well, this all gets sorted out later, so the main thing is when I get it to compile, it'll be happy. So we have that. Show ADC value on, else. Show ADC value off. What a surprise. Right. It should still be PGM for that one, though. Pair automatically uses PGM. And then this doesn't necessarily. But yeah, I seem to remember that's how it used to be. Getting so used to the way it is now. All good. So yeah, you can kind of see here, process all these commands now. And you could just link them together. You don't have to like. Do it this way. Boop. Right? Well, I guess that's kind of fine to put those next to each other. M104 and 109 S230, although I think you only need one of those. You also don't need to put an N at the end, just to let you know. Not necessary. It knows where the end is. All right. So yeah, interesting. So the probe, Anker probe set. Okay.
switch default brake. Meanwhile, like actually you don't need a run step is probably going to be, yeah, it's just a uint 8, so you know 0 and 1 is fine. You don't actually need a default in there. So yeah, I could see doing a lot of various improvements to this and making it better for and get full anchor support into the regular Marlin would be good. But yeah, overall, not too bad. So yeah, this would all be filtered now. So yeah, I could probably bring a lot of this over. And now we have somebody named Winter. So we got a couple of different contributors here, Harley and Winter. There you go, valid signal and invalid signal. That's kind of cool. AnkerMake API. So again, offset.h shouldn't be included more than once. And yeah, this would generally not be included at all, unless this is set anyway. So these wrappers are typically not needed in headers. Then you got public, fine. Sometimes we don't indent those, and sometimes we do, and we don't really care. Also, okay, leveling value. Obviously, we change that to leveling. We'll spell things correctly in the long run. This is kind of cool. Z sensorless, init, reset. So they've got their own sensorless stuff going on, which is all very interesting. If enabled AnkerMake API, I assume that's going to also be this. So yeah, we don't need to indent any of that.
It's about been like an hour, so I think I'm going to head out. I will see you later. Best of luck.
Thanks. Thanks for dropping by. Have fun. Always nice to have folks drop by during my streams. Yeah, so this one ended up being, typically boring, but it was interesting to me to see how they put it together, and what a vast pile it is.
And that. Very good. Brooklyn. All right. Overall, this is the use Z sensorless stuff. Interesting, they named the class use Z sensorless. So yeah, it looks like none of this would be included if not for that. So it's like, it's defined in Anker config anyway, so that would probably be included somewhere above this. And I noticed, yeah, also it didn't include, like, where's that defined? AnkerMake API. So yeah, that's also included in the Anker config, so. This would be where you'd say 1, 2 levels up to source. Harley, you're here, Harley. Right. And that, and a little of this. And you might even do that, just because we're being consistent with Anker style. Anker style, baby. And then you get this sort of thing. All right, so yeah, that's kind of how that works. Not sure where the config comes in at all, but right. And also in the same file, Anker config. So I put it up above there. Outdent it all. Do this kind of thing. Make a little more space, a little more vertical space. So interesting. And the idea is, like, some of this is like you look at it and you go, why did they choose to use their own code instead of ours? And then, you know, was it because they didn't realize we had stuff, or was it because their stuff needed to bloody work and ours was crap? So that's what we need to figure out as well. And then what is this type? uint16. It shows up in a few places, but it's like, shouldn't it just be this? I mean, maybe that's something that is part of the API. I don't know, but anyway. Okay. I assume that goes with that. If do that equals that, then that, otherwise that. So what we really want is just that. That'll do it. And then that's cool. You have to disable Marlin. Boy, we're gonna have some fun with spell checking later. Disable Martin. That's alright. I don't expect people from a very different language background to understand English. It's a very strange, it's got some very big differences. So you got that. Return this. And I assume that's what that is referring to. We'll do some double checking here. Use Z sensorless. Oh, maybe it's use Z sensorless. I don't know. We'll see. So that goes with that. Be easier to read once it's all arranged nicer. Okay. And that's clean. So yeah, this is clearly a lot of work to get Anker updated to 2.1.21 or 2.1.3 when that comes out. But I would really love to be able to put input shaping on this machine that claims to be 5 times faster and really get it to go 5 times faster. That would be really hip. So like here we've got that. And you can see there it's doing its alignment. I assume this is running the alignment procedure. Now we already have an alignment procedure, but they're doing they've picked their own, which is fine. Again, if it suits their needs and the needs of their hardware better, then use what you've got. Digital write. Okay, we've actually got nice low-level writes, so we could probably get away with that. Probe control. It's probe control, man. Yeah, so you don't have to use digital write with that. You can just use write. Of course, it's the same on the 32-bit board. But if we ever wanted to have someone be able to replace the board and use an 8-bit board for some reason, or we use one that has a different kind of optimized writing, then we could do that. Yeah, so that's the way I would do it, is just put in that. And also it's going to be probe control, not prove control. Probe control. Anther Z home axis, what? Elif? Anchor a line, run a line. Another way to do this would be to just wrap it up and say, if it's Z-axis, do all these things. Oh, there's another one there. And that one. Or this one. Boop. So yeah, all the Z stuff that it might do. So yeah, I would want to avoid having too many things that are like specific to a given machine as a feature kind of thing. We'll just use write because it becomes digital write later. If I assume turn 0 is a thing. It is. Okay, good. Anchor homing. So yeah, I would have to probably add another condition for that actually. Because anchor homing depends on anchor stuff, not just on our feature, and that's one of our features. But yeah, you can definitely see a lot of stuff has been altered in this file related to anchor. But I'll go back and clean that up later. So yeah, we're generally cleaning up the code a little bit lately. Trying to get it more in line with standards for C and C++, C++ type, naming standards and things, capitalization. So when you see the code has been modified in a lot of places to bring that up to standard, be sure and thank Insanity Automation, David Menzel. He's been very helpful in encouraging those kinds of standardizations and making the code more compliant, getting rid of I probably made changes throughout like hundreds of files on his recommendation in the last couple of months, just to bring it up to standards and hopefully, get some of those developers who were put off by our use of somewhat different standards to maybe warm up to the source code a little bit. It's not so bad, The downside is that, there's a lot of code that's changed, so you have to deal with, if you're trying to adapt your stuff to the latest Marlin, you might have to deal with that. But we get used to it. We all get used to that. We're all used to dealing with the many changes that come from version to version. So let's see if I can figure out what goes with what. Yep. So let's see, that goes with that, that goes with that. That's a separate function, or method if you prefer. If melis is greater than, so we're supposed to actually use elapsed here instead of that, because the timer could wrap around, so you have to make sure to use a different method. Return true, else return false. So actually we could just return this. Return elapsed is no probe trigger. Set probe trigger. Right, so there's that. probe trigger. And these are getting printed out to the console. This is all kind of, I feel like this is all debug stuff. No trigger. There you go. Neat it up a little bit. But we'll find out whether this needs to be formatted a certain way for whatever it's printing to. But I'm assuming it's printing out to it's just printing to the generic console for debugging purposes, and that normally you wouldn't care about this stuff. That's just my assumption, I don't know. Okay, that's got to go to somewhere. Where does that go? That's our anchor line, okay. So cool, so you can see these are all indented way too much. And this is use the sensorless. And then you got this one for even homing 5x. Right. So as I look at this, I'm like, well, it looks to me like if you've got that, you don't need that. So you can put that in there. And then also that can go in there. And it's getting this from the config, so it has to be including some things to get that first. And I think Marlin config has been modified to include the other stuff. I could be wrong, but I feel like it probably includes the Anker config somewhere. No? It doesn't. Not directly anyway. Well, we'll figure that out. We'll figure out where it's getting it from eventually. Meanwhile, glass. And again, since this is all part of the top level, we can just and then use the sensorless seems to be the next thing. And if oops, one space. Use the sensorless so that's all good. Cool. Homing options and is again probe homing. Okay. Call it what you want, I guess. All good. Pin mode. Input, pull up. All good. Anchor homing again. Looks good to me. Use the sensorless, fine. Right, this is all about use these sensorless, so I feel like this is never even gonna get, some of this stuff ain't even gonna get included. Ain't even. Then there's that. Then we have this, where switch case, blah, blah, blah. Right, AnkerMake API. OCI, we did that cleanup pretty well. Okay. Then we did this cleanup. Working on that one's fine. That one's also fine. Soft timer. We'll figure out where this came from. I feel like it was borrowed from somewhere else, but it doesn't say. Then we got our protocol, fine. OCI, GCP parser, yep. Status screen. For the bioprinter, I don't know if that's got anything to do with anything. I feel like that's FTDI. Probably has not much to do with this. But yeah, all these things are still in need of some cleanup. Anything I haven't touched yet needs cleanup. So, yeah. Echoline pair. Boop. So yeah, you actually got that right. Echoline. PGM, please. PGM. Just 'cause. Current block equals, well, this is CPP, so we don't use null. We use null pointer. Okay. Set. Get. And all this stuff is included, even though probably not needed. And yes, we will be getting rid of both, of course, but for now. So yeah, a lot of these, got rid of some redundant macros that I'm sure were annoying you all. So now there's no longer a both, there's just all. And there's no longer an either, there's just any. So you don't have to look for both of those or worry about one or the other, or whether you have an odd number or an even number of things. Or I should say 2 or more versus more than 2 versus just 2. And line. I guess they're just being funny there. Anchor and line, get it? And again, this Marlin config stuff, this has to be coming from their own config, not from the main config. But who knows, maybe they did, you know. Maybe they used their config as they added stuff from their config to the main config. Or gave the option, I'm not exactly sure. But and here we have this. Cool. And this is the command buffer. Very simple, very straightforward. Obviously, pretty basic, looks like. If token. And is this CPP? It is, so it's null pointer. There it is. Token equals something. So token is find an A and then look for an and then make it X. So yeah, I see what's going on. It's interesting. So what's going on with that? Because it doesn't advance anything. It just does some things. Equals that. So actually it doesn't matter that it's initialized because it's going to be any second now. If token doesn't equal null pointer, which is, you can do this instead. Interesting, so it must have a very simplified protocol because it doesn't mix these, or if it does, they're, you know, only one of them at a time or something. Find, oh, I see. If you find an A, change it to an X. If you find a B, change it to a Y. I get you. Okay, makes sense. There you go. Just make a note of that. Okay. Looks good to me. Interesting stuff going on overall. There's our command buff structure. Sure. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Both. Voila. Meanwhile, so that's an interesting one. They've got this nozzle board, I guess, which makes it, which doesn't surprise me if it's a separate thing. unsigned char. Void. Uh-huh. All right. Very clean. Yeah, I'm getting to know way too much about this AnkerMake stuff. Now, where is this going to be? I guess I could post this up somewhere as an open branch for further experimentation. If anyone would be interested in getting into that. Maybe I'll post it on my fork under ThinkyHead, github.com/thinkyhead/Marlin firmware. In the meantime, yeah, so I'm going to take a break and get some food now. It is actually coming up on 8:30, so sunset. We're in the middle of sunset right now. As you can see, it's gotten dark, real dark. Real dark in here. I don't have all those fancy streamer lights like all you Twitch streamers out there with your fancy LEDs and things. I have a couple of LEDs, but nothing as cool as you all. And then you got that, you got that, and that, and you got that, and you don't need that. And this is Anchor Pause. Again, with any given header, you wrap it up like that. That's a better way to do it. Then we'll just make these all C++-like, because we don't care. It's the modern times, man. And then pause func and make API. I guess we would do both here. There. And then we're getting down to the board configure, which is interesting. Don't know what that's doing just yet. Interesting though, it's got U8. It's using U8 and U16 and U32. You don't see that very much inside of Arduino code these days. But it is something you can use if you ever feel like it. Right. You can also use SBI instead of this OR and equals and OR equals stuff. It's a little shorter sometimes. GPIO set, and then those are, yeah, and that equals something. You can also use BV. Of course, if you're shifting 7 times something, that doesn't help much. BV is for a single bit being shifted by some amount. Then we got greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. We actually have a within macro for that, so that can be helpful if you're coding. You don't want to type everything twice. And the compiler will figure out if you meant greater than 0. It's because it's based on greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. But it figures that stuff out. All right, you got that. Nice, clean that up. This belongs to board configure. And this would only pertain to a particular machine, and therefore I would like definitely wrap this more and get Platform IO to skip compiling a bunch of it. Okay. And yeah, it's using all these weird types, but whatever. And again, this is like, you don't need wrappers like this because you're only going to include it when you actually use it. U8 times board info equals 0. All right, that looks clean to me. There you are. And we do have Marlin config, therefore we can use the within stuff. So if I want, I can say within between 0 and 100, comma, there. And same here. Within 0 and 100. Within 1900 and 2200. For some reason, this one is greater than and not greater than or equal, which is interesting. And then in that case, you would say 1901 to 2201, or I should say 2199. And then the same here, within greater than 496 is 497, less than or equal to 868. Okay, that's what that claims. So that's how I would do that, just to clean it up a little. And you know, I could do something like this where I say SBI. Or where's that? Is SBI used? Yeah, it's used in a lot of places. So here I would say something like SBI, this, 8. SBI, this, comma 0, like that, and so on. All right, assuming it's all or, and same here. SBI, this, 8, CBI this 8 equals 3. See, so there you can't do that. But here you can. You can say, oh, 0. Shifted left 24. 0. Shifted left 8. So in other words, it doesn't do anything. Here, though, you could say CBI that bit 1. And this one, same CBI 11. And that's nothing. If 0. So again, when they're doing 0, that's kind of strange. So there we got SBI 0. But yeah, these are all 7 shifted left something. Right. So not ideal, because it would be nice if you could change them all, but these, like being set to 0 and then being set to, and then having them ORed with 0, it's like it does nothing. Or does it? You know, you don't know with hardware stuff, you can get some weird results just by reading the thing. But the compiler could decide that doesn't do anything and then leave it out entirely. And 1, shifted left 1, and time. So why 1 shifted left 1? Should it be this comes first? Kind of have to check the precedence on that, but I think that shift left has higher precedence than and. So we need to check that. Right, and then that equals, so that would be an SBI right there. Bit 30. While SR and 1 shifted left 1 return. So if they have a problem with that, that might be the reason why. I still haven't seen what anything to do with the Bluetooth yet, where it's doing the pairing. That would be the part that I'm most interested in, since that was failing so miserably. Digital read, digital write. Echo LNPGM, please. Input floating, that's interesting. Output, please. Input floating, that's a new one to me. I'll have to check and see what that's all about. I assumed that would just be input, but no. So yeah, we have ways to optimize this stuff, so let's get all that sorted. Meanwhile, Okay. And all these will be smashed up against there. Then you got I like to do that in my switches. Let's see, and then you got input. Then you got prove control state. What kind of bed prove do you have? That's all right. Digital write. Write, please. Set input. Okay. I don't know why it needs to set input twice, but it does. Then we've got our handshake check. And this is doing some heater stuff, which is interesting. Okay. Bear. I forget if that was needed, but there you go. Okay. Elapsed, please. All right, interesting handshake, but that's the initial handshake of this thing. So we'll see what that's all about later. But for the meanwhile, handshake.h, of course, only included when needed. So again, let's get rid of that and that. We'll let it have an include of its own if we want. Meanwhile, sys, oh, sys gets fancy. And because we're talking with like NVIC and all that. Ooh, fancy. Temp, shift left. Set to that. Do that. Do that. Or equals temp 1, and then set that. Interesting. Meanwhile, yep, some fancy things going on here. Uh-huh. So here you have an SBI type situation. Interesting. Equals bit x percent 4 times 4. Modulus 4, I should say. There you have SBI 14. Here you have and equals not. Or equals same deal. Then we have, there isn't much to this, so that's kind of handy. Sometimes these interfaces can be real simple. I just wish these were cleaner. I could run the formatter, but that doesn't always work so well either. So let's see, sure, so then that's shifted left, and then that's shifted left. That's being ANDed with 7, and then multiplied by 4. Or shifted, you know, shifted left 2 more. Cool, and you got this. Uh-huh. One shifted left. If BV. I could do it that way. BV 3229, please. Oi. Not CBI 18 or equals 1, so this would be SBI 0. Then you got your or equals, etc., etc. And I can compare these to make sure I didn't screw it up too bad later. Yeah, all this formatting, man, I tell you, it is crazy. And some ASMs, that's always nice. Yep, so this is definitely limited to a certain ARM processor, or, you know, family of ARM processors because of the way it's set up. So yeah, generalizing this kind of thing is not really, you know, something we do. Telling you, a few spaces helps with readability, just a little bit. Key. Getting there. Sort of looking at this, it all makes perfect sense. Set bit 2, set bit 28, set bit 8, set bit 2, set bit 1. Boy. Right, so here you have 0, 5, 4, so yeah, it's like, you can kind of see what's going on there. To the right, please. Right, so this equals PLLM or PLLN. All kinds of fanciness going on here. So understanding this whole thing would be fun. CBI, clear bit 24, please. When it's only one bit, it makes it easier, but yeah. Then we got that. Doesn't equal 2 shifted left 2. That's 8. While equals 0. I like to do this just for clarity. Do nothing. And then this kind of thing. So yeah, food and then chilling with the neighbors, I guess. They're a very chatty bunch. One girl is studying Greek, which is really cool. And then my other 2 neighbors are artistes, you know, who are working menial jobs, because that's what you do when you're an artiste. I've done my share during my artiste days. All right, we went through all these Anker files and cleaned them up a little and got a little insight into them. I'm sure there's a lot more to look at as far as the way these things all work, and I didn't really fix them all up perfectly. Anker Line, is that what this is? I assume. Line. Don't forget to inline everything. So it all end lines. Feel like it's all but yeah, in general, it's been fun to hang out with my neighbors. Not something you usually do these days. You know, you hardly ever meet your neighbors sometimes. So I'm kind of happy that I have cool neighbors who will put up with me. But I'm pretty friendly. I don't get too geeky with my neighbors. One of them's doing some AI art stuff. We're playing around with that using a certain service. But he doesn't have the kind of machine he can install a super stable diffusion on or anything. So I want to show him what I can do with a super machine. But yeah, it's been good to be in the organic realm a little bit and away from Facebook. People on social media makes people crazy, and media in general. It makes you feel like you're doing something or you know something when you don't really. Only way to learn is through direct experience, it seems. Everything else is just crazy making. I did my share of being theoretical when I was younger and stuff, but you know, eventually I was like, well, that's not satisfying at all. And these days, it's just like you can't go near politics because it's all so dumb. People don't understand economics, people don't understand basic civics, and yet they all have bloody opinions about things they don't understand. It makes me laugh. Ha ha. Someone was recently posting like, you know, Biden, pick a president, but they'll always make complaints like, you know, the president isn't funding enough, is taking money away from the military, and they don't have any readiness. We're going to get attacked by China, and they won't be ready. I'm like, there's 100 things wrong with that statement. First of all, the president isn't even responsible for coming up with the budget for the military. So let's start there. Plus, they're generally given more budget than they ask for when Congress does give them budget. Meanwhile, there's other things like, you know, did you know that most of the military budget goes to veterans of previous wars? I guess I should have known that, but yes, most of our budget is going towards paying for past things, like long past. Was that Anchor Align? No, Anchor Align. Damn it. Line 166. There we go. So to complain that the president isn't funding them enough is silly. And generally speaking, when Congress does fund the military, they give them more than they ask for. Yeah, because they want to fund projects in their own districts that are, you know, basically keeping their citizens alive and fed. But it's oftentimes stuff we don't need. Pork barrel projects, they're called. They have other names for them. But yeah, in general, like, you know, I've known about that for a long time. It's not like I had to look it up. We understand, you know, in general, the kind of like civics situation that we're in. And in general, like the military would never, you know, if they really needed more, they would ask for twice as much, and then get, you know, half as much as they probably do anyway. This is another Segarok Align pair situation. So yeah, anyway, that's the kind of stuff that people will post on Facebook when they're just looking for a reason to complain about the president or whatever. Just like, yeah, he's, you know, and it's part of that propaganda thing. Just tell them that you're, you know, whoever your opponent is doing terrible things that make us, you know, that put us in danger, and everyone will panic, and It's just so dumb. So again, that's why I don't like to go to social media or even have conversations about politics and stuff, because it just, people don't understand stuff, and they're full of fears and paranoia, and or they just want to demonize whoever their official allowed political opponent is, you know, whoever's been sanctioned as their appropriate political opponent. So tell me that was already there. Anchor, Anline. So in general, yeah, it's like I would rather discuss like science and stuff where, you know, things are being, there's data, and then you can theorize about the data, and there's no, you know, the data is trying to fool us, you know, or something. Like the data wants to, you know, steal your kids, and or whatever it is people are scared of. Like data is just data. It doesn't have an agenda. It's just data, and so you can enjoy theorizing about it without getting like, you know, anybody in a huff. You know, no one's too attached to one theory or another if it doesn't have backing. Unless you're talking with like flat earthers and stuff, and then don't even get me started on that. Minus Z2 is greater than a line allowed. So no, they know how to spell a line. I don't know why they keep missing it though. Let's see. Then you got this. Z1 is greater than Z2, or if Z2 is greater than Z1. And I definitely try to spend more time on the code stuff, because again, it's rational. There's no, not a lot of paranoia surrounding code. Occasionally, weird dramatic stuff happens, like someone will get upset about something in relation to the code, but it's usually short-lived and quickly resolved, and often easily resolved. Sometimes we get very weird complaints, like, you know, you took code from my fork and put it in your fork, and I'm like, you're supposed to be not upset. You gotta just allow that. That's a thing that happens, and that's the whole point of open source, was that we can take stuff from your fork and put it in our fork. We'll try to give you credit if we forgot or somebody missed putting credit in. Sometimes we don't notice. If someone brings us something, like where it necessarily came from. Let's see, PGM. N-line. It's a line, man. It's not N-line. I hope they didn't misspell it in all their stuff. It's going to be annoying if they did. LN pair. And oops, gotta do that. I think I'm going to go for changing all of those to \n. Keep it simple. I don't know where the RN is needed, but it may be that this particular thing does need RN, but I can always replace it with the, you know, appropriately later. A line per reset. Interesting stuff going on here. Anchor line, add Z. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of folks in my, you know, line of work are also feeling similarly, that they'd rather just focus on their science, their engineering, their work, than deal with all the kooky stuff that's going on in politics or whatever. I mean, the outcome is going to be what it is, and there's not much that we can individually do about it. And so how much time do you really want to spend on it, trying to convince others of this or that? You know, I find it stultifying to try to get across when people are like, hey, did you know you might be, that all this stuff with that you're reading might be biased? And like, you know, then you might be getting sucked in by bias. It's possible. It's possible. You never know. There could be some bias there. That's interesting. So %F, you can't always guarantee that it's in the, that it's even there. So you have to use, first convert the float to a string and then pass the string usually. But we've got new string methods for doing all this stuff now, so it hopefully helps, but we'll see. So I don't know, I could clean this up more, I suppose, but little things can happen. Minus times minus. Yeah, I could clean this up all day. Let's see. But I do worry for folks who are like, you know, spending all their time online, like spreading propaganda and disinformation, and when you say, hey, you know, that's not so good that what you're doing there, and they say, oh yeah, well, you eat babies or whatever. They come at you like with the strangest things, a lot of whataboutism and stuff like that, which I just find odd. Hey, you know, this guy killed someone. Oh yeah, well, at least he's not Charles Manson, right? Am I right? High five. You know, or they'll be like, yeah, well, I heard that Joe Biden eats babies or whatever. Well, I suppose if Joe Biden has been accused of doing something worse, then we could ignore all the confirmed crimes of somebody else. But didn't I say I didn't want to get into this? Error message. Okay, that's all fine. AnkerAlign.h. Anchor align only Z. Yeah, so I'll go through this eventually and try and get a working build again. At the moment, if I tried to build it, it would give me more complaints about print line. Build source flags, yeah, so I also need to update it to 209 whatever. Where's this in AnkerZ sensorless? Yeah, so I need to not just have Anker config, but whatever else was in here before. AnkerZ sensorless, maybe? Right, so clearly this needs to include, let's see, where is it? Show me where it is in the sidebar. Yeah, it's in ink, so I can just include Marlin config .h directly right in here. I guess. And try and build again, and various things, all kinds of things at the moment are wrong. So yeah, I'll just put this away for now. Come back after some food and some rest, and look again and see what more needs to be cleaned up. We'll just do this Anker cleanup. So yeah, the configs were these, and you can see this just shows the differences, which is handy. From the Anker config, and I believe it is based on 2091, but we can always bring it up to 2092 with a rebase or whatever. But not much going on there, really. I mean, there's some custom screen towards the end here, I imagine. Let's see, what are they using? Anker UI, so that's what they're using. So it's some kind of DWin touch display, basically, which means the assets are all like on it with an SD card and stuff. Nothing beyond that. And then down here we have all this kind of stuff. Then again, it might just be using a serial port. So we'll have to look at that as well. But it uses linear advance. It has certain things set up certain ways. And who knows, they may, before I ever get around to getting this all updated, they may just update their stuff on their fork, and then I'll have to do it all over again. But yeah, the formatting is always like the first step I do, and then of course, you know, whoops. Now it's a bunch of work for them to be able to integrate it, which is why I really wish more of these guys would come to us earlier and just work with us. And then I'd produce you know, here's a final cleaned up version for you guys, etc. You know, that's the kind of thing I would love to be able to do ahead of time, so that we could, you know, make sure that in the future it's easier to update. Right, Marlin config. I feel like they probably brought in this Anker stuff in the Marlin config. Anker inline, oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna fix that all up eventually. Inline. Amend. What was the other one? Prove instead of probe. Prove control. I'm assuming probe control. But let's triple check. Oh look, it's on the, it's in G29, so naturally, right? And then levying, yeah. So all those are cleaned up. See, quick search and replace. That's all they needed to do, a little of that before they send it out to the world. Oh boy. So yeah, hopefully that takes care of a lot of it. But yeah, wrapping certain things in parentheses is safer. And then allowing more mix and match of other features. But yeah, of course, the troubling thing is you've got the screen, so you can only do so much with the main interface, and then you have to use G-code interface to do the rest. And we'll see how easy it is to control this over like USB or something like that. It looks like it's almost not controllable at all over USB. But we will see. I mean, I'll search all over and figure out what's going on with it as far as being able to control it with a host. Because I would definitely love to have more control over this machine than I do at the moment. That would be nice. And yeah, clearly this is all. I could have just changed it to indent with 2 spaces and then change it back to indent with 4 or whatever. We'll say tab width 4, convert to tabs, indent size 2, convert to spaces. There, how's that? Maybe that'll save me a little time on all the other stuff. And then yeah, anytime there's one of these, do that. And then anytime there's one of these, that, and then anytime there's one of these, hopefully that takes care of that. Sometimes there's something commented out and then you're like, oh, why did I do that? Too late. Yeah, getting it pretty clean. Clean and clean. Clean it up. Oh boy. Switch case. Sometimes I like my switch cases to be indented more. Case. I'm a little funny that way. Let's see. And you really only need the parentheses when you've got something new being defined. I don't see that happening here. So you don't even need these. And if it's already wrapped in if, let's see if, might as well do that. Politics, man. We've become so dumb. That's the thing. It's like, should really just be looking at coming up with the solutions. How do you get funding for a bridge to be fixed, you know? Politics used to be more about, you know, like, what do you have to trade? I have to give up something in order to get something. Sometimes these mem clears can work. Let's see, what do we got here? If else, while, well, look at all that buffering. XYZ pause. Cool. Then you got this else. And then you got another else. We're almost to the end, I think. And default. Good. Switch. So yeah, he's got some new neighbors, our artists. One's a drummer. The other one is an aspiring painter and illustrator. I don't meet a lot of commercial artists in the realm of art, but I'm always very impressed by the output of really great artists who can work and get paid commercially for what they do. You name them, you know, and that was kind of the idea of art, is it could become a job and not just something you do at home and that costs money and doesn't make you any. It's nice when you can make some from your, you know, skill, and it's a skill. And here I would almost be like, oh yeah, well if it equals that, return. Otherwise, do the rest of this. Stop state. Okay, cleaning. Again, this is all just familiarizing, but also getting used to what's going on. And meanwhile, outside of that interactive and that Anchor folder, there are plenty of other tweaks here and there, some of which are, that's definitely something, TMC util. And what line was that? Oh, 1190 something. So yeah, all these are stuck in here. So they have their own subclass, which does a few extra tricks. And so we can look at why they did those tricks and try to understand what their needs were that they needed these tricks. You know, what's up with that? What did you need it for, guys? What did we not have that you needed? We're also looking at the 2240 being added, so that should be ready for the next release. A few little things like that. Okay, so yeah, they've got their own class, and let's just make a mark here. Okay. Clean up on aisle 6. But yeah, as we poke through, we'll find all the interesting places where things were modified. Like this one. Why'd they need that? Did our features not suffice to be able to do this trick? What was missing? Enable UZ sensorless Anchor. Right, so that's, you know, something else going on here. And I would almost want to say, you know, if def like that instead. Anchors Z stall sensitivity, but also, you know, so we'll do it that way. And where's this defined anyway? It's part of the Anchor config anyway, so yeah, whatever.
I'm not going to try and build it again right now. Still cleaning. Anyway, it's dark. I'm hungry. So this, I'll probably chop this down so you won't have to watch hours and hours to get to the end. I'll chop out the middle. I mainly wanted to just look at the first one anyway, or the printer in the main. So we'll see you soon.